Welcome to the studios of NTV World in Kathmandu, public service broadcasting PSB Nepal's new initiative to make Nepal more visible and audible to the global audience. Welcome on board.
This is NTV World, facts that speak, insights that matter.
Telling the stories of a changing planet. NTV World, Nepal's perspective to the world.
Exploring the heartbeat of Nepali creativity. This is NTV World.
The power of story shaped by technology. NTV World.
Unearthing Nepal's hidden heritage. Discovering the timeless Nepal.
Telling stories that endure across centuries, where culture breathes, stories bloom.
When the world moves, we make a sense of it. NTV World.
Taste of Nepal. Every recipe, every flavor tells the story.
Journalism in the digital age. Fast, focused, verified.
Stories hold power. Stories reflecting life. Stories of the hinterlands.
Reporting for public service broadcasting.
Reporting for NTV World.
This is NTV World. Welcome to News Hour.
This is NTV World. Welcome to Primetime News.
One story at a time.
Crossing borders, connecting voices, where Nepal meets the world in dialogue. This is NTV World, Nepal's perspective to the world.
Voices that connect Nepal to the world, bringing perspective, region and relevance to every story. NTV World, Nepal's perspective to the world.
Stand by.
Mic is on.
3, 2, 1, cue.
We are NTV World.
NTV World starts transmission as Nepal's first English channel. President Paul switches on the broadcast of PSB Nepal's new venture. PSB Nepal marks its first anniversary, reinforces the commitment to serve the public with enhanced digital approach. Nepal's new voters continue to enroll themselves. Nationwide updating campaign at full speed for March 5 elections. A storm bearing down on the Philippines upgraded to super typhoon status. Typhoon Fung Wang creates life-threatening conditions. And Nepal exits from the Hong Kong Sixes with 43-run defeat to the UAE. Legendary Vishwakar sheds off national colours. I'm Shivani Thapa-Boston and this is NTV World Primetime News, coming to you live from Kathmandu at a little past 1900 hours. Across the globe, it's 14:15 GMT in London, 9:15 in New York and 2300 hours in Tokyo. This is our maiden edition. Welcome. As Nepal steps into a new era of public service broadcasting, the eyes of the nation and the world are on this historic moment. A need that was long been felt, but no one dared. And now a vision of the public service broadcasting PSB Nepal to present Nepal's perspective to the world. Here we come with NTV World.
To make Nepal more audible and visible, public service broadcasting PSB Nepal launches NTV World with the slogan Nepal's perspective to the world. As the world battles to identify right and verified information, catering authenticity and Nepal's very own perspective is the way forward for NTV World. Inaugurating the English channel of the PSB Nepal, President Ramchandra Paudel wished for the success of the new venture.
आज नेपाल टेलिभिजन को नयाँ च्यानल एनटीवी वर्ल्ड पनि शुभारम्भ भएको छ। नेपालको संस्कृति, वेशभूषा, भौगोलिक विविधता, प्राकृतिक सौन्दर्य, पर्यटन, धार्मिक तथा सांस्कृतिक धरोहरहरू र नवीन सोच तथा उपलब्धिहरूलाई विश्वसम्म चिनाउन यस च्यानलले महत्त्वपूर्ण भूमिका खेल्नेछ भन्ने विश्वास व्यक्त गर्दै यसको सफलताको लागि हार्दिक शुभकामना प्रकट गर्दछु।
In the ceremony held at NTV premises, among the guests were renowned personalities including media representatives. A media person himself, Minister for Communication and Information Technology, Jagdish Kharel, suggested NTV World to generate digital-oriented contents that could be easily accessible.
यो चुनौतीका बीचमा हामीले जुन कार्यको प्रारम्भ गरेका छौं, डेफिनेटली यसले नेपाल र नेपाली मात्रै नभएर हाम्रो डायस्पोरा र बाँकी विश्वलाई नेपालको आँखाबाट हेर्नको लागि यो एनटीवी वर्ल्डले महत्त्वपूर्ण भूमिका निर्वाह गर्छ भन्ने लागेको छ।
Executive Chairperson of PSB Nepal, Dr. Mahendra Bista, during whose first term the idea of NTV World was floated first, said NTV World aims to promote Nepal to the global audience.
सार्वजनिक सेवा प्रसारण नेपालको अंग्रेजी च्यानल एनटीवी वर्ल्ड को प्रसारण प्रारम्भ हुँदैछ। एनटीवी वर्ल्ड को शुभारम्भ नेपाल टेलिभिजनले विगत 6 वर्षदेखि गरिरहेको पहलको परिणाम हो। हामीलाई लाग्छ यो सार्वजनिक सेवा प्रसारण नेपाल र नेपाली मिडिया जगतको मात्र होइन, हिसिङ्गो मुलुकको लागि नयाँ अध्याय हो।
The occasion coincided with the first anniversary celebrations of PSB Nepal, with the merger of two pioneer broadcasting institutions of the country, Radio Nepal and Nepal Television. President Paudel also launched the logo of PSB Nepal and the integrated mobile application of the broadcaster. Initially catering news and programs for 4 hours a day from 19 hours, the channel comes on air on the same frequency of NTV+. With digital-first approach, NTV World will be available across multiple platforms, including the online portal www.nepaltelevision.com, Facebook, YouTube, TikTok and X. Providing accurate and authentic information to the global audience with people-first approach, NTV World is Nepal's perspective to the world.
From its humble beginnings decades ago, Nepal's national broadcaster Nepal Television has chronicled the nation's journey and its people. Today, that legacy evolves as the broadcaster steps onto the global stage. with the launch of NTV World, the dedicated English channel. Let's have a look at the timeline of the pioneer broadcaster's evolution.
Officially inaugurated on January 17, 1985, Nepal Television (NTV) marked the beginning of television broadcasting in Nepal with the motto "Communication for Development." In the 1990s, it transitioned from black and white to color broadcasting, marking a major technical leap, whereas the democratic changes of 1990 also opened the way for more diverse content reflecting the nation's voices and cultures. NTV since has expanded its outreach to the public while diversifying its content focused on a range of issues. As of today, Nepal Television operates 6 channels broadcasting across the country and worldwide through satellite and online platforms. Nepal Television continued to see its leap as a true public broadcaster as it was transformed into Public Service Broadcasting PSB Nepal, which was formed by merging Radio Nepal and Nepal Television. According to the Public Service Broadcasting Act, which was enforced on 8 November 2024, Radio Nepal and NTV were integrated into PSBN to strengthen the country's public communication system. Based on the recommendations of various expert panels and Media Commission, the Public Service Broadcasting Act 2081 was passed by the Federal Parliament and authenticated by the President. Within just a year, Public Service Broadcasting Nepal has achieved another milestone by launching NTV World, a dedicated English language channel. The channel aims to showcase Nepal's unique identity, culture, and potential to the global audience, helping strengthen the country's international presence. It also aims to promote Nepal's tourism, heritage, and development stories to the international viewers, including the Nepali diaspora and foreign audiences interested in Nepal. NTV World primarily serves as a bridge between Nepal and the global community while presenting Nepal's perspective to the world.
As NTV World marks its launch, questions surface about its purpose and relevance, especially in Nepal's media landscape. Our colleagues spoke with media personals and industry stalwarts to gauge whether the new channel can effectively project Nepal's perspective globally while serving the public interest at home.
NTV World hits the screen and digital devices with the inauguration of Nepal's first dedicated English channel, NTV World. Media persons who were witness to the inaugural of Public Service Broadcasting, PSB Nepal's newest venture. We asked them about the relevance of the English news channel in the country.
यो विदेशमा बसेका जसले विदेशीहरू जो नेपालको बारेमा जानकारी राख्दैनन्, जानकारी हुँदाखेरि उनीहरू नेपाल आएर आफूले चाहिँ मनोरञ्जन गर्ने आफ्नो लिजरको टाइममा चाहिँ यहाँ आएर रमाउने जुन सम्भावनाहरू नेपालमा छ हामी देख्छौं। हामीले त्यसलाई एक्सप्लोर गर्न नसकेका कारणले चाहिँ हामी पछाडी परिराखेका छौं। हाम्रो जुन इकोनोमी बुस्ट गर्नको लागि समृद्धि तपाईहरुको नारा छ, समृद्धिका लागि चाहिँ यसलाई कसरी एक्सप्लोर गर्ने भन्ने विषय चाहिँ यसको मूल थीम हुनुपर्छ जस्तो मलाई लाग्छ।
दुईटा चाहिँ महत्त्वपूर्ण छ। एउटा कुरा चाहिँ नेपाललाई विदेशमा चिनाउने, बाहिर चिनाउने, हैन, बाहिरको मान्छेहरु सामु चिनाउने, त्यो चाहिँ को भन्दाखेरि विदेशी सामु चिनाउने। अर्को कुरा चाहिँ के छ भन्नु चाहिँ विदेशमा बस्ने नेपालीले नेपाललाई के गर्न सक्छ त? विदेशमा बस्ने नेपालीहरुको लागि कति धेरै सन्देशहरु हुन सक्छ, हैन? जस्तो उदाहरणको लागि इलेक्सनको कुरा गरौँ। इलेक्सन हुने भनेछ, हैन? अब इलेक्सनमा के छ त भन्दाखेरि विदेशमा बस्ने नेपालीले भोट हाल्न पाउने राइटको कुराहरु अध्यादेश आउँदैछ भनेपछि त उहाँहरुलाई पनि त हाम्रो यहाँको कुराहरु यता एक्सचेन्ज हुने, हैन? विदेशमा बस्ने नेपालीलाई एउटा भयो भने अर्को चाहिँ नि विदेशीको लागि।
आज जुन अंग्रेजीमा जुन च्यानल स्थापना भएको छ यसले नेपालको सही सूचना अब विश्वभरि सम्प्रेषण गर्ने हामीले चाहिँ अपेक्षा गरेका छौं र यसको साथसाथै अहिले विश्वमा करिब 195 देशमा नेपालीहरुको पहुँच पुगिसकेको अवस्था छ। नेपालीहरु विश्वका जुन कुनामा बस्छन् ती ठाउँमा अब नेपालको बारेमा नेपालको सही सूचना जुन नेपालीहरूले जुन प्रतीक्षा गरिरहेको सूचना उनीहरूले यो माध्यमको बाट पाउन सक्नेछन् भने यसको साथसाथै यहाँको संस्कृति यहाँको कला यसको पनि प्रचार प्रसार हुन जानेछ।
यसको आवश्यकता धेरै अगाडिदेखि नै थियो। कतिपय वर्ल्डका विभिन्न इस्युहरू हुन्छ त्यसको एनालाइसिस कहाँबाट अथेन्टिक रूपमा मान्छेले हेर्ने त भन्ने कुरा खटिरहेकै थियो होइन। एउटा कुनै प्रोग्राम विशेष रूपमा थियो तर च्यानलकै रूपमा यो जसरी आयो यसले चाहिँ नि नेपालको कन्टेन्टहरू सबै विश्वव्यापी बनाउनेदेखि लिएर बाहिरको विषयहरूमा पनि आम पाठक श्रोता दर्शकहरूलाई चाहिँ नि यहाँबाट हेर्नको लागि एनालाइसिस गर्नको लागि धेरै ठुलो मद्दत पुग्छ।
NTV World carries both opportunities and challenges to showcasing Nepal to global audience. Public Service Broadcasting Nepal has launched its dedicated English channel, NTV World, as a part of global initiative to share Nepal's stories to the global audience. SP Upreti with camera person Samir Thapa reporting for NTV World.
And as NTV World officially launches, our other colleague April Aghissing spoke with general public present at the inaugural ceremony about the new channel. A majority welcomed the step, noting that while the initiative was long overdue, it is a positive move toward bringing Nepal's voice to the global stage.
So since this is the first time like Nepal Television is launching its international channel, I believe it's a matter of proud we feel proud of it, and I think it should have launched much earlier.
यसको एउटा अब्जेक्टिभ उद्देश्य छ। त्यो उद्देश्यले गर्दाखेरि चाहिँ त्यो वर्ल्ड वाइड अथवा सबै कुराहरू नयाँ तरिकाले जाने, अपडेट हुने। अब एन्सियन्ट तरिकाले एउटा नेपाल चलिरहेको थियो 2007 सालदेखि, नेपाल टेलिभिजन 2042 सालदेखि चलिरहेको थियो। अब PSP को आफ्नै नीति नियम कार्यक्रमहरूले गर्दाखेरि चाहिँ त्यो जनमुखी हुन्छ भन्ने म आफूले विश्वास लिएको छु।
आज फेरि हाम्रो सार्वजनिक सेवा प्रसारणको यो प्रथम वार्षिक उत्सव पनि हो र एनटिभी वर्ल्डको यो शुभारम्भ हैन समारोह पनि हो। यसमा चाहिँ मलाई एकदमै धेरै खुसी लागिरहेको छ। इन्टरनेसनली अब हाम्रो एनटिभी वर्ल्ड चाहिँ जताततै हुने भयो हैन। एकदमै खुसी लागिरहेछ।
I'm extremely excited. I must say that it's such a historical step we have taken today. I felt tears in my eyes, you know. I got so emotional sitting there and looking at this screen.
It may help to the mass, to the world, not only the tourism, to spread out our lifestyle or what we are, because there are a lot of misconceptions given by people about Nepal. So that is the biggest thing, because we must reach to the target with the local people of the world.
मलाई एकदमै विश्वास छ यो एनटिभी वर्ल्ड नेपालले संसारभरि छरिरहेका नेपालीहरूका साथसाथै विदेशी मुलुकमा पनि हाम्रो आफ्नो नेपालको बारेमा र नेपालको पर्सपेक्टिभको बारेमा चाहिँ राम्रोसँग सामग्रीहरू सम्प्रेषण गर्न सक्नेछ र जसले गर्दाखेरि देशलाई चिनाउन महत्त्वपूर्ण भूमिका निर्वाह गर्नेछ भन्ने कुरामा म एकदम विश्वस्त छु।
आज विशेष दिनको रूपमा लिएको छु। सार्वजनिक सेवा प्रसारण नेपालको शुभारम्भ र एनटिभी वर्ल्डको शुभारम्भ भएको दिन मैले यसमा धेरै आफू गौरवान्वित भएको महसुस गरेको छु।
We take a closer look at Nepal's voter registration drive ahead of the 2026 elections. Who's eligible and why authorities are urging citizens to act fast when we come back after this short break. You're watching NTV World Prime Time News Bulletin, and we're coming to you live from Kathmandu. Nepal's youth are showing encouraging turnout to enroll themselves in the voters list, much due to the wave of change spread by the recent movement in the country. The country's election body, the Election Commission, continues nationwide voter list updating work for the upcoming House of Representatives elections slated for March. Spokesperson of the Commission, Narayan Prasad Bhattarai, said that the collection of the voter list has been progressing encouragingly recently. The voter roll will be collected by 16th of November. The election for the House of Representatives is taking place on 5th of March 2026. Only those voters whose names are registered in the voter list for that election and who will turn 18 by 4th of March 2026 will be eligible to cast their ballot. Renewed enthusiasm is seen in the enrollment process. The Commission has reported that the server is almost crashing at the moment. When most of the youths are busy in enrolling themselves for the upcoming election, others are staging protest for employment reasons. Dozens of Nepali youth staged a protest at the EPS Korea branch in Balkumari today, demanding action over delays in their deployment to South Korea under the Employment Permit System EPS. The protesters, who passed the Korean language test nearly 2 years ago, say they have met all requirements but remain unable to travel. Officials say the delay is due to South Korea, which has placed many applicants, particularly in agriculture and shipbuilding, on an alternative list. The office says talks are ongoing and expressed optimism that the issue will be resolved soon. South Korea has allocated 3,500 placements for manufacturing and 1,800 for agriculture and livestock to Nepal for next year, with more than 102,000 applicants vying for the slots. Since 2008, over 120,000 Nepali workers have gone to South Korea through the EPS program. Nepal government has begun releasing funds for temporary shelters to the survivors of recent floods and landslides that hit the country in early September. In easternmost district of Ilam Suryodaya municipality, more than 700 families are homeless due to the natural disasters. The municipality was the worst affected, with most families still relying on relatives for shelter. The disaster claimed 39 lives, underscoring the growing vulnerability of Nepal's hilly regions to extreme weather. All 10 local units, except Chulachuli Rural Municipality, reported displaced families. Authorities say 365 homes were completely destroyed and 940 partially damaged, leaving thousands in urgent need of assistance. Persistent rainfall in eastern Nepal's Koshi province has caused widespread agricultural losses, with damage to crops estimated at around 2.5 billion rupees, roughly $20 million. According to local agriculture office, continuous downpours during the third week of October destroyed over 12,400 hectares of paddy and 200 hectares of vegetables, jeopardizing the livelihoods of local farmers. Districts across the region, including Dzapa, Morong, Sunsari and Ilam, were among the hardest hit, as unseasonal rains continue to raise concerns over food security and economic stability in Nepal's eastern plains. The traditional craft of building indigenous settlements is on the decline as modern structures and building technologies are replacing them. The traditionally crafted Limbu settlement in Pathar of eastern Nepal is at the verge of disappearance. Addressing cultural crisis in the region, 3 tiers of government's efforts are being made in order to create indigenous or Raithane parks to promote tourism and conserve the cultural essence. Here's Rojina Rai's report.
In the misty hills of eastern Nepal, the sounds of wooden hammers and the scent of freshly cut timber are returning to a landscape where silence had settled for decades. Traditional Limbu houses, once they had a village life, are rising again. Not as a family dwellings at this time, but as living museums of a culture on the brink of disappearance. For years, the old-style home construction built with mud, stone and timber had been abandoned. But now, a joint initiative by Nepal's federal, provincial and local governments aim to bring them back through a new cultural tourism project known as the Raithane Park, meaning Indigenous Heritage Park. Located at the confluence of Ward 3 and 4 of Kumayak municipality, the Sambafe Cholung Raithane Park stretches across nearly 15 ropenis, about 0.76 hectares of terraced hills. Funded by the Ministry of Culture, Tourism and Civil Aviation, the Province 1 government and the municipality. The park has received more than 20 million Nepali rupees, around $150,000 in investment. Inside, visitors can walk through replicas of traditional limbu homes, stroll along with stone-paved paths, rest in community-built waiting shelters, or climb a view tower overlooking the lost hills of Eastern Nepal. Locals have begun earning from tourism, guiding visitors, selling homemade food, and hosting cultural performances that were nearly forgotten. For many, the project is not nostalgia, but it is survival. Local officials say the project represents a new model of heritage-based rural development, blending cultural preservation with economic empowerment. Across Nepal, modern cement houses have replaced wooden homes, erasing centuries of craftsmanship and local identity. Meanwhile, cultural experts warn that traditional knowledge from building techniques to social rituals risk being lost entirely as rural populations shrink and migration rises.
When we come back, we take you around the world with the latest global headlines, from political upheavals to climate crises. For now, a short break. Time we take a quick look into the international front. More than 9,000 people have been evacuated across the Philippines as Super Typhoon Fungwong, known locally as Uwan, nears landfall on Sunday evening. The storm, with winds up to 185 kilometers per hour, that's about 115 miles per hour, and gusts of 230 kilometers per hour, about 143 miles per hour, struck the Bicol region early Sunday and is expected to hit Luzon later tonight. Authorities have cancelled 300 flights and suspended classes, while forecasters warn of heavy rain, flooding and landslides, especially in Catanduanes and Metro Manila. Fungwong comes just days after tropical storm Kalmaji, which left nearly 200 people dead. The typhoon is expected to weaken slightly after landfall, but remain powerful as it moves across Luzon. Thousands of devotees, Buddhist monks and peace advocates from around the world have gathered in Bhutan's capital, Thimphu, for the Global Peace Prayer Festival. a 13-day celebration of spirituality, compassion and harmony. The festival, running from November 4 to 17, highlights the timeless teachings of Lord Buddha and provides a global platform for promoting peace, unity and collective reflection. Participants from across continents are taking part in prayers and rituals, reinforcing Bhutan's commitment to spiritual values and global harmony. China has begun construction of the world's first ultra-supercritical coal-fired power unit capable of operating at 650 degrees Celsius, setting new benchmarks in local energy efficiency. The project, part of the Phase 4 expansion of the Yuhuan power plant in eastern Zhejiang province, will feature a generator with 35 megapascal steam pressure and record-breaking steam temperatures for both main and reheat cycles. Once operational, the unit is expected to achieve the highest efficiency and lowest coal consumption among coal-fired power plants worldwide, signaling China's push for cleaner and more efficient use of coal energy. After a quick break, we head into the world of sports with the latest scores, highlights and stories. Stay tuned. On the side, we check out the sporting headliners. Nepal's journey in the Hong Kong Sixes cricket tournament has come to an end after a 43-run defeat to the United Arab Emirates UAE in their final group stage match. Batting first, the UAE posted a formidable 129 runs for 5 wickets in the allotted 6 overs. Chasing the target, Nepal fell short, marking their exit from the tournament. Among the 12 participating teams, Nepal finished 11th ahead of India, the only team they managed to defeat during the competition. Meanwhile, veteran cricketer Sharad Vaishwakar, who captained Nepal in the tournament, has announced his retirement from international cricket. Vaishwakar had earlier stated that the Hong Kong Sixes would be his final international appearance. Over a career spanning 2 decades, Vaishwakar played a key role in Nepal's cricketing milestones, including the country's first T20 World Cup appearance in 2014 and the achievement of one-day international, that's the ODI status, in 2018. In a heartfelt message shared on social media, Vaishwakar thanked fans, teammates and the cricket fraternity as he bid farewell to the game. Lionel Messi scored twice and assisted 2 more as Inter Miami cruised past Nashville SC 4-0 on Saturday, advancing to the MLS Cup playoff semi-finals for the first time in club history. Messi was involved in all 8 of Miami's goals in the best-of-3 series, finishing with 5 goals and 3 assists. The Argentine now has 15 goals against Nashville, his most against any MLS team. Tadio Allende added 2 goals and an assist in the second half as Miami won comfortably without Luis Suarez, who was suspended. Miami will next face FC Cincinnati in the Eastern Conference semi-final in 2 weeks. Switching to tennis, Novak Djokovic has withdrawn from the ATP finals for the 2nd consecutive year, citing a shoulder injury sustained during his title run at the Hellenic Championship in Athens. The world number 1 made the announcement just hours after defeating Lorenzo Musetti in a grueling 3-hour final on Saturday, claiming his 101st career title with a 4-6, 6-3, 7-5 victory. Djokovic said the injury had troubled him throughout the tournament and would prevent him from competing in the season-ending event for the world's top 8 players, which begins Sunday in Turin of Italy. His withdrawal opens the door for Musetti lucky to enter the draw despite his loss to Athens final, a spot that had initially been secured by Felix Auger Aliassime. The 24-time Grand Slam champion and 7-time ATP Finals winner also missed last year's tournament due to injury. And now to wind up, a quick look at the top stories of the hour. NTV World starts transmission as Nepal's first English channel. President switches on the broadcast of PSP Nepal's new venture. PSP Nepal marks its first anniversary, reinforces the commitment to serve the public with enhanced digital approach. Nepal's new voters continue to enroll themselves. Nationwide updating campaign at full speed for March 5 elections. A storm bearing down on the Philippines upgraded to super typhoon status. Typhoon Fongwong creates life-threatening conditions. And Nepal exits from the Hong Kong Sixes with 43-run defeat to UAE. Vesh Walker's sheds of national colours. And that's all from NTV World Primetime News for now. Our next bulletin will be at 10 p.m. bringing you the latest updates from Nepal and around the globe. Thank you for joining us. I'm Shivani Thaba Boston. Good evening.
Trimmed mustache, mirrored shades, and an unmistakable smile. Tenzing Norgay Sherpa climbs a steep hill in Khumbu. It's May 1991. After 38 years, he's returning to meet his old climbing partner, Sir Edmund Hillary, the man with whom he first stood atop the world.
Tenzing! Good to see you. Welcome on. Yeah. Hi, Vicky. How are you? Nice to meet you.
Hi. Long time.
Yes, indeed. Did you have a good walk up?
Very well.
Sagarmatha, head of the sky. Chomolungma, the mother goddess of the world, or simply Mount Everest. A mountain with many names, yet for generations it meant only one thing: the impossible. Since the 1920s, climbers from around the world had tried to conquer it. Many never returned. Avalanches, storms, frostbite, the mountain refused them all. Then on 29 May 1953, Edmund Hillary of New Zealand and Tenzing Norgay Sherpa of Nepal stood together on top of the world. The world woke up to the headline, "Everest is conquered."
This is the BBC Home Service. Here is the news. Mount Everest has been conquered by members of the British expedition. The news reached London in a message to the Times. It said that Mr. E.P. Hillary, a New Zealander, and Tenzing Bhutia, a Sherpa, had reached the summit last Friday, May 29th.
Among the 35 men in the team that made history was Kancha Sherpa, the last surviving member of that expedition. He passed away in October 2025. He remembered the climb as hard but joyful.
Chomolungma bana हामीले सुनेको छ हामी के काममा जाने त्यहाँ जाने कामै थिएन अब यहाँको मान्छेहरू चाहिँ तल लोबोजेसम्म बस्छ त्यहाँबाट उता हामी जाने कामै छैन अनि तेन्जिङहरू त हेरेर आएर पो माथि एभरेस्ट चाहिँ हामीले थाहा पायो नभए हाम्रो गाउँै भए पनि हामीले के जाने कामै छैन गाह्रो भयो हजुर मलाई गाह्रो त के जानु नस्याने के अब कहिले पनि जस्तो काम गरेको छैन त्यो पनि त बारी बोकेर त्यो खालबासमा जानु पर्यो यहाँ हातमा डोरहरू समाउनु पर्यो यहाँ आइसा समाउनु पर्यो यहाँ बारी थुप्रो बोकेर जानु पर्यो अनि त्यो साँगोमा जानु पर्यो अनि माथि जुरेर जानु पर्यो अनि गाह्रो त एकदम गाह्रो छ तर यस्तो काम पाएर धेरै खुसी भयो नि
Hillary loved Khumbu and Khumbu loved Hillary. He dedicated his life for the region and its people. In the decades that followed, Everest became a symbol of determination, not just for men, but for everyone who dared to dream. In 1993, Pasang Lamu Sherpa became the first Nepali woman to stand on the summit. Her journey was marked by courage and struggle.
पैसा हुनु पर्यो यसमा आफूले लगानी गरेर खर्च गर्नु पर्यो रोयल्टी तिर्नु पर्यो अब आफूले सँगै लान गुरुहरुलाई चाहिँ खानाहरु हुनु पर्यो लुगाहरु इक्विपमेन्टको पैसाहरु हुनु पर्यो त्यसकारणले चाहिँ यो पैसाले नि पैसाकै समस्याले गर्दाखेरि पनि अगाडि बढ्न नसकेको हो तर यहाँ एउटा ट्रेनिङको महिलाहरुलाई चाहिँ यो माउन्टेनरी क्षेत्रमा एउटा ट्रेनिङको व्यवस्था बन्दोबस्त पनि त्यति साह्रो राम्रो छैन.
For some, the climb is a personal test. For others, it's a way to uplift an entire nation. Of the many record holders from Nepal, Apa Sherpa, who's also known as the Super Sherpa, had reached the summit 21 times before announcing his retirement.
म यो रेकर्डको लागि चल्ने भए त म आज पनि चल्न सकेछु नि तर म रेकर्डको लागि होइन मैले हाम्रो देशको लागि हाम्रो राष्ट्रको लागि माथि पहिले सुरुवातमा त आफ्नो पेशा भनौँ न अब पुरै नै हाम्रो राष्ट्रको लागि भनौँ पहिले सुरुवातमा त आफ्नो पेशाको हो तर त्यो लास्टमा म चढिरहेको नि त्यो त तपाईको उस जस्तो देखिन्छ कि कम्पिटिसन जस्तो देखिन्छ कि मलाई त्यो मेरो चाहिँ नि त्यो कम्पिटिसन होइन र म राष्ट्रको लागि हो त्यसैले मैले अब 2011 देखि मैले सन्यास लिएर अपा शेर्पा फाउन्डेसन खोलेर शिक्षा सबभन्दा इम्पोर्टेन्ट चाहिँ के छ हाम्रो शिक्षा एजुकेसन छैन भने हामीले धेरै गाह्रो छ मैले खैराहरूले पनि भन्दैछु विदाउट एजुकेसन वी हैव नो चोइस एजुकेसन इम्पोर्टेन्ट छ त्यसपछि हाम्रो वातावरण त्यसैले हाम्रो नेपालको लागि म त्यो दुईवटालाई जोडेर मैले सपोर्ट गरिरहेको छु.
Over time, the story of Everest has changed. Each climbing season now brings not only adventurers, but also income and impact. In 2024, Everest generated nearly 676 million Nepali rupees, almost 80% of Nepal's total mountaineering revenue. The fee for foreign climbers has been revised now to $15,000 each. So far, more than 8,000 summiteers of different nationalities have climbed Mount Everest. Many more aspire to reach the top of the world. To ease the pressure on Everest and promote other regions, the government of Nepal has opened 97 peaks that range from 5,970 meters to 7,123. One can climb these mountains in the Western Karnali and Sudur Pashchim provinces without having to pay royalties. As voices increase for the need of having summited at least one mountain over 7,000 meters in the country before bidding for the Everest, these 97 peaks are likely to be training ground for summiteers. With success, Everest has also seen a heavy burden. In 2023 alone, more than 75 tons of waste were collected from the Everest region. This included plastic, metal, oxygen bottles, and even human waste. mountain has also been plagued by fatal climbing attempts.
यसपालिको भन्दाखेरि त अब लास्ट इयरको पनि मरेको लासहरू अझै पनि छन् माथि बाटोमै पनि त्यो लासहरू देखे हामीले यो 8300-400 मिटरमा बालकुनीमा त्यो लासहरू पनि अझै भइरहेछ र फोहोरहरू पनि सचकन पनि टन्नै फोहोरहरू छ पहिला हामीले अब सहरमा त आरबी सङ्घले पनि 2011 मा सफा त गर्यो त्यत्रो फोहोर ल्याए 10 टन फोहोर पनि धेरै नै ल्याएको त्यतिखेर त्यति ल्याउँदा पनि अझै फोहोरहरू चाहिँ एकदमै छ भनौँ न टाइममा अब राज्यले चाहिँ किन त्यसलाई चाहिँ अलिकति व्यवस्था के अब कुन हिसाबले हुन्छ त्यो फोहोरलाई अलिकति तल ल्याएर अलिकति सफा गर्यो भने एभरेजको लागि अलिकति विदेशीहरूलाई नि अलि राम्रो होला कि भन्ने चाहिँ हामीलाई लागेको छ
Sagarmatha has taught the world to dream higher, but now she asks us to care deeper. The greatest climb perhaps isn't upward, but inward. "70 years since the first ascent, much has changed, but one thing has and will remain constant. Everest has and will continue to stand tall and keep challenging human abilities."
Welcome to the studios of NTV World in Kathmandu. Public Service Broadcasting PSB Nepal's new initiative to make Nepal more visible and audible to the global audience. Welcome on board.
This is NTV World, facts that speak, insights that matter.
Telling the stories of a changing planet. NTV World, Nepal's perspective to the world.
Exploring the heartbeat of Nepali creativity. This is NTV World.
The power of story shaped by technology. NTV World.
Unearthing Nepal's hidden heritage. Discovering the timeless Nepal. Telling stories that endure across centuries. Where culture breathes, stories bloom.
When the world moves, we make a sense of it. NTV World.
Taste of Nepal. Every recipe, every flavor tells the story.
Journalism in the digital age. Fast, focused, verified.
Stories hold power. Stories reflecting life. Stories of the hinterlands.
Reporting for Public Service Broadcasting.
Reporting for NTV World.
This is NTV World. Welcome to News Hour.
This is NTV World. Welcome to Primetime News.
One story at a time.
Crossing borders, connecting voices, where Nepal meets the world in dialogue. This is NTV World, Nepal's perspective to the world.
Voices that connect Nepal to the world, bringing perspective, region and relevance to every story. NTV World, Nepal's perspective to the world.
Stand by. Mic is on.
3, 2, 1, cue.
We are NTV World.
Among Nepal's many glacial lakes, some are at serious risk of bursting. Sudden bursts of these lakes due to the impact of climate change could result in massive loss of lives and property. This issue has already been discussed widely in the international community. Nepal itself has been drawing attention to the condition of these lakes and the harm they could cause. Even then, in the recent years, several glacial lakes of Nepal have already burst, resulting in heavy loss of life and property. Experts warn that this trend could continue to grow and have urged everyone to take preventive action. Just a week ago, in Koike rural municipality of Dolba district of the far western Nepal, flood mixed with derbs buried about 53 houses. Likewise, in mid-April 2025, heavy rainfall and flooding in Srinagar Bazar of Odanchuli municipality in Humla in the northwestern Nepal has caused massive destruction. Continuous rain has also damaged areas in Srinagar and nearby villages in Mugu's Khatiar rural municipality. Last year, it was confirmed that the flood in Thame River of Solukhumbu in the Khumbu region of the foothills of Mount Everest was caused by glacial lake outbursts. Similarly, the unexpected flood in Rasua along Nepal-China border in the north on July 8, 2025, according to experts, was the result of glacial lake outbursts. Recently, ICIMOD used satellite images and other research to identify 47 glacial lakes that could burst at any time, causing harm to human settlement in Nepal. The study shows that many of these high-risk lakes are located within Koshi River Basin. ICIMOD's General Director, Dr. Pema Gyamso, says that the climate change and rising temperature are the main reasons behind the bursting of these lakes. Gyamso adds that to stop such disasters, there must be strong investment in the early warning systems and emergency preparation.
Collaboration चाहिए, cooperation transboundary. अब हाम्रो 8 देश छ इन्दो-कोशी हिमालयमा, त्यसमा हामीले information exchange गर्ने, scientific cooperation. अब त्यसको लागि पनि investment चाहियो, funding चाहियो. त्यसको पनि problem छ. And हामीले अहिले इसिमो चाहिँ यो politically neutral भएर हामीले चाहिँ के गर्दैछौँ भने साइन्टिस्टहरु र हाम्रो पोलिसी मेकर्सहरु लिएर डिस्कस चाहिँ हुँदैछ, तर हामीले अलिक यो भन्दा बेसी कोअपरेसन चाहिँ हुँदैछ, खास चाहिँ कोअर्डिनेसन कोअपरेसन हो. हामीले यो रिसोर्सेस र यो नपुगेर पनि कोअपरेसन छ भने अहिले भन्दा बेसी हामीले त्यो प्रिभेन्सन गर्न सक्छौँ डिसास्टर.
Out of the 47 risky glacial lakes, 25 are located in China, 21 are inside Nepal, and 1 lies on the Indian side. Even if the lakes in China and India burst, the damage would still reach Nepal's settlement downstream. Records show that glacial lake outbursts have been causing destruction in Nepal for decades. In the past 24 years alone, 26 glacial lake outbursts have been recorded. Among them, 14 occurred inside Nepal itself. Research shows that Lower Boran Lake is one of the lakes posing highest risk that could affect the nearby settlements. Similarly, Chamlang, Inja, Lumding, and Thulangi glacial lakes are also at high risk. If large amount of stored water releases at once, the resulting flood could be even bigger than the recent ones in Rasua. When heavy snow or ice falls onto the glacial lake, it can displace the water, causing sudden floods downstream. Large blocks of ice or rocks sliding onto the lake can push the water out, creating massive flood carrying mud, rocks, and derbs. Experts believe that Nepal still needs to do much more to reduce the impact of climate change. They say cooperation in the international community and greater national investment in prevention and protection are both essential.
So it's finally here, the big night, the launch night. Took a while, didn't it, Sivani?
You call it a while? I mean, like so many hundreds of coffee-fueled nights, and then I've already lost count. Thousands of text messages, and one too many script edits, and you call that a while, Devendra?
Of course, patience has been our unofficial production partner.
Well, I can't tell about the journey or the waitings, actually, but the journey, of course, has been worth it.
So before another task, a final rehearsal comes in, shall we do it?
Let's go!
Hello there, welcome to this special dialogue episode on a special day for all of us here at Nepal Television. New venture of Nepal Television, the global voice, NTV World, is beaming live to you. On this special occasion, it demands a special dialogue. To celebrate this occasion, we have a special panel in our studios of NTV World in Kathmandu.
And yes, if we have this, I will take this privilege of introducing our guest, Devendra. In this show, this special dialogue, we have with us Mr. Mani Rana, BBC Nepali service, a legendary figure in Nepal's broadcasting history. And next, of course, Professor Dr. Bipin Adhikari, a constitutional expert himself, also the former dean of the School of Law at the Kathmandu University.
A very well-known female voice, Mrs. Ritu Singh Vaidya. She's the managing director of Vaidya Organization of Industries and Trading Houses. And also, we have with us an economist, a well-known economist, researcher, Professor Dr. Arjun Kumar Baral, who is the executive director of SEDA.
Yeah, what we're doing today, or making an effort to, or an attempt to, in fact, is to explore the dynamics around us and see through the experts' lenses and their expert analysis the positioning of Nepal and what could be the road ahead. And since we are certainly talking about dynamics and change, we will certainly not do justice, Devendra, without incorporating the voices of the new generation. In fact, the energy of new generation, which would be incorporated in short video excerpts, which we have extracted from the interviews that we've had very recently at NTV World Studios. And among them are Miraj Dhungana, one among the pioneering of the Gen Z movement, the recent Gen Z movement, which has brought about a wave of change in the entire national landscape. And second is a practitioner who's already placed Nepal in the global market scene. That's none other than the founder as well as the CEO of Fuse Machines, Dr. Samir Maske.
The theme for the special dialogue is changing socio-political dynamics and need for a global voice. To begin with the discussion, we'd like to start with Dr. Adhikari. Dr. Adhikari, you see a wave of change has swept almost the Southeast Asia. How do you see this wave of change at this particular point of time?
The wave of change that we are going through is certainly a very notable exercise recently, basically for two things. Because this is the wave brought in the scenario by the youth of the country, and secondly, these are the people who never had any intervention in politics or in society in Nepal, in Nepal's history. This is the first time that they are really on the scene with very different perspective about politics, society, and also the change and transformation they've been thinking of.
Vis-a-vis this change, let's look at the larger picture, Dr. Adhikari, because it becomes so important for us as Nepalis, us as citizens of a small economy and a small country like Nepal, to understand the bigger picture as we deal and see and experience or live the changes that are undergoing around our close vicinity. From the new power alignment to the digital movements that are paving way for such sort of movements that we just saw around us, right? What is your observation? How do you see the changes influencing the very idea of democracy and governance?
First of all, what is most important is that there is a change in the government. So there is a point of view that the existing setup cannot probably handle many of the issues related with good governance, anti-corruption, as well as the context of rule of law and democracy in the country. And that led to the change in government, and that change was not strictly according to the parameters of the constitution, and that itself heralds a sort of change, because it gives the perspective to the political elite in the country that things could change in a different way if they don't really come up with certain commitment for transformation of the country. Similarly, the second context here is also about the poor, socio-economic, I think, deteriorating situation, and that also has affected the millions in the country, despite that we have some sort of democracy here for the last 6-7 decades. And now that the youth movement, let's say Gen Z movement, the coin of the day, has really brought in certain perspective that the business as usual cannot go have any commitment at all. That will have to be rethought of, and then the new perspective has to be set up.
Short of democracy, we'll probably talk a bit later in the second part of this. So my question to you is, was that change inevitable, or it was just an awakening of a generation?
I think that change was inevitable. We certainly didn't know how, what and when it will come. But then this time the youths, they intervened, and in a way that was not very well contemplated by the common people. But then everybody knew that we have we don't have a democracy actually, because we have certain type of elections in the country. There is a change in government, but due to corruption and also the lack of governance standards, nobody really believed that the government represents the people, especially the most deprived and vulnerable people. And the youth have the biggest stake, because 40-45% of the national population, and belongs to the young people. So obviously they think that this country is not compatible with their future, and so this time what comes in is certainly remarkable, and the little intervention they had really triggered a wave of change, and that change could have enormous effect in the days to come.
One more question I'd like to just jump in. Dr. Adhikari, our constitutional vision, does it even anticipate global disruptions like this?
I think we are always, some way influenced by international events. So every change in the country in the past 7 decades were some way influenced by the change outside our political borders, be it the change in India or China or in Europe or in the rest of the world. So this time there is a sea change in the country, because most of the educated youths, they have many of them have international exposure also, and many of them are very competitive internationally. They are looking for their future in the country itself, and also want change and accommodation in the system of government here, which has been very in a way giving a very lackluster performance. And so the influence from outside had decisive impact. It's all digital, because people now are more trained to read and understand international events in the context of their country, and many of them, these students, they have exposure, and fortunately, because most of the youths, they speak English, and that has given them a sort of exposure that was not possible some decades before. So certainly the international influence is there, but it's not in any sense. It's not the political influence as such. It's spontaneous, and it has certain its own legacy. It's not affected in the sense of geopolitics or even European or American or even Indian or Chinese interest here.
Let's look at this from an economic perspective. This change, the wave of change that just swept in the country, how does that affect economically the country, and how do you see your overall observation of the recent changes there?
I think we have to see it with the transformation of the world economy, because the world is also transforming. World scenarios, economic scenario is changing. First of all, it is shifting from US to China or other countries. Recently, I joined a conference in Chengdu, China, the Boao Forum for Asia, and that forum also almost same issues were at the time. That is, the world is changing. It is due to digitalization or introduction of new technology, AI, and other issues also there. Suppose the blue economy is issue, and so many issues are around the world. So the same influence we are observing in Nepal's case, because our youths, our mass population, they are just every day observing the scenario, how it is changing. So almost this change, this shifting, because we are mishiring from the world.
Is the lack of access, equal access to economic resources, or lack of opportunities, equal opportunities, is that one of the reasons? Do you see
there definitely lack of opportunities also, because some people are getting some resources are concentrated to some persons, that is upper class, and there is a widened gap between rich and poor, and some are haves and other are have-nots. So, and there are other issues also, suppose corruption and governance issues also.
How do you see it? How is it going to impact the economy in the next 5 years, let's say?
Next 5 years, I cannot say, but due to technological transformation, I think it's something changed. It is with this
a positive change, or are we going to say a negative change? That's my concern.
We expect positive change, because as a student of economics, as a teacher of economics, we always expect positive change.
How do you see this affect the governance and public discourse in developing nations like us?
From the side of the government, always trying to do something good, something change, something trying to change, but actual change, people are not they are not experiencing, they are not getting such change. They are always almost the same position that they are in 5 years back or 10 years back. So in their life, almost they are not in a position to feel.
So you mean
change.
there is a huge gap between the people's expectations and the delivery? Right.
Now, this I want to connect the earlier statement of Dr. Baral to Mrs. Baidya. How do you see, as an entrepreneur, how do you see the recent things that has happened here in this country from an entrepreneur's point of view?
Economics is something which really makes the world go round, right? So I think, this is a very positive, positivity is in our human nature. We might go down and up at different times, but in the end, you have to have a positive approach. I would say everything could be taken negatively or positively, but it's up to us. And I think the entrepreneurs are generally very, very positive. If something has gone wrong, it has to be fixed. That is the basic nature of entrepreneurship. And from that point of view, I'm very much positive. And I think as a country, we cannot have another outlook other than positivity.
How about the Nepali entrepreneurs, Ms. Vaidya? How quickly are they adapting now, or do you still think they're thinking too locally at the moment?
if we are talking about an individual space, whether somebody is exploring it outside, I'm sure a lot of people want to or would like to, and are maybe also doing already. I think, sometimes I think the laws have been kind of in the way for us to even step outside. But other than that, I think within the landscape, everybody is trying to do their best and perform positively. On a very personal scale, I feel how you run a company is exactly how a country is run. So if you do good, barometers all match up the same, you'll have a positive result. So I can only say I'm highly positive.
We have a seasoned broadcaster with us, a person who started broadcasting way before all these change agents were even born. Mr. Mani Rana, I'd like to come to you. After hearing the discourse of the three guests here, as a broadcaster, how do you assess the things now? The dissemination of the information during the change period in Nepal, how did you see it's happening in a global, broader perspective, not just from Nepal, but from the outer world as well?
I have to make a few comments about how the change has taken place in this country. Change did happen, but we do not know whether the instigators of the change were responsible for it or somebody else was responsible for it. That's number one. Number two, the government has not been doing anything that it should really be doing. Okay? So it's time something happened. Otherwise, the election scheduled for 6 months' time or less than 6 months now is not going to happen. Apart from that, I think there needs to be positivity in thought, as everybody has been saying. We have to be positive. Otherwise, just being negative about everything is not going to work at all. Nor is the fact that if you are too positive, will it work. But I think there is still a lot that needs to be done.
You just said you had a few questions on the change itself, the agents, right? Was there an information gap, a serious information gap during this period in Nepal when the movement took place?
Well, the information gaps always exist in Nepal. Not just in this case, but in every case. I cannot say that there was no information gap. There always is information gap. And nobody expected the Gen Z movement to do what it did. Okay? They haven't got a leadership. Somebody from somewhere has just infiltrated the whole system and done all this. The arson attacks, the destruction of buildings, government buildings. I mean, what was everybody doing? The army went ahead and imposed a curfew the second night or the third night. But before that, I mean, what was it doing? Not even sending fire brigades to places that were being burned down. So everybody is responsible for it. Everybody has to give an answer.
Almost 2 months now, Mr. Rana, still we are searching answers to these questions, right? So there was a serious flaw in the information flow system somewhere.
I don't think the answers will come out clearly even in the next 6 months. So forget about the 2 months that has already gone. So something somewhere is lacking, something somewhere is not being done right. And I personally do not think it's going to be done right.
Right, Mr. Rana, as we are talking about this change that we all were part of, or what we witnessed in the recent past, so there's a huge tectonic shift that's undergoing the media landscape as well, not only in Nepal, but it's a global phenomena where traditional arsenals of journalism is being challenged. It's more than gaps. It's, I believe, a lot of noise in the media landscape that's happening. So in this scenario, how you as a very seasoned broadcaster gauge global socio-political dynamics?
I haven't been practicing journalism for a long time now. I took early retirement in 2003, And since then, I have done very, very, very little journalism. What has been happening in Nepal is I've been interviewed by people from the 70s onwards. And every time they ask me about this, I say the media is just going overboard, doing exactly what they want without paying attention to basic facts. The media is not honest at the moment and hasn't been so for the last however many years it's been in existence in Nepal in this shape. In the olden days, there was only Radio Nepal, that's it. If you wanted to listen to any important events, stories of any important events, you listen to Radio Nepal, which gave very little. You listen to the BBC, you listen to All India Radio or other radio stations. Okay, Nepal, I think the media became more open and more aggressive, or it has been so for the last maybe 30 years or less. And ever since the beginning, it's been the same. There is no proper decisions made by the media about being straightforward and about the truth and about facts. They just say exactly what they want to say.
Mr. Rana, but the media landscape definitely had changed.
Oh, absolutely, absolutely.
Yeah, and one aspect we cannot ignore is the audience. What do you say? Are the audience of today more empowered or fragmented?
Well, they're empowered with the wrong information. You know, I mean, the present day media is telling its audience whatever it thinks is correct. You know, it's not just one, it's everybody doing the same. The language they speak is so full of mistakes, the Nepali language I'm talking about. Looking at what I did in London to what I see people in Nepal doing, it's just not comparable.
We're having a special dialogue on a special day, marking the launch of NTV World. Nepal's perspective to the world is our slogan. As Mani Rana just talked about the media, how true they are. They only disseminate what they think is true, not what is the truth. So now this brings us to the second session of the conversation in special dialogue, which will be more about carrying the momentum of the change that we spoke on the first session to the next level now. How is it and will affect us as the people of this country, socially, politically, and economically? Again, I'd like to start with Dr. Adhikari. In the long term, how is it going to affect the country, especially in terms of governance?
I think the most important challenge now is to organize the elections on time, and that's very important because this government has not been constituted according to the law of the constitution. So as soon as there is elections, we'll have a legitimate government installed, and then obviously the parliamentary process will begin. That will itself, guarantee that we are not deviating from democratic standards. So that election is quite a challenge because there are some forces now coming up who think that this country cannot hold the elections because the peace is not a guaranteed here. So I don't understand what does that mean, because this is the election commission in Nepal, which has already in the past held many elections like this, ever since we started with experimenting democracy, and every election was a success. So except the tiny local elections, I think, conducted during the Maoist pressure, under the pressure of Maoists. But this is possible now. That is quite a challenge. Another challenge is to make sure that the people who get elected are not the same sort of people, because the movements are meant to set the stage for change. And now to bring in changes, you need to get new faces in parliament, and that's possible only when you reform the political parties. The present government can do it, and in fact we have been saying that they should start doing it as soon as possible, because there are at least 4 issues that must be first accomplished. The first one is obviously the democratization of the party machinery. Similarly, there is a need for financial transparency. The country has become corrupt because the parties are corrupt, because corruption, the institution of corruptions, I think they don't exist in the society. Now, if there are islands within our political system which facilitate corruption, is the political party. So financial transparency within the political party. How does they make money? Where does the money come from? How do they spend it? And whether the people who are contributing to the political process are the corrupt people or the people like us, the ordinary people who really do it because they think it's a public institution. Similarly, the third issue is inclusion. Inclusion is the constitutional commitment. Now that inclusion has been done to some extent as far as the state is concerned, but the biggest institutions in our society, the public institution are the political parties, and they should be compelled to be to observe the constitutional standards of inclusion, to make sure that the provision of inclusion has been complied by all the political parties. They should not be allowed to contest election. This could be done by reforming the existing laws very positively. And finally, the federalization of the political parties. Now the major issue, as I see constitutionally in this country, is we have a 3-tier federal system in the country, and each tier is autonomous to form the government or introduce the socio-economic programs of their choice in their territory. Now that has no hindrance at all. Now the real issue that we have is the political parties who mobilize this constitutional power locally or provincially are the arms of the high command in Kathmandu. So the parties are still unitary, and they are not federalized. They have seemingly administrative federalization, but not political, because what is most important at present is that each provincial or local chapters of each political party has to be 100% autonomous within the party system, so that the leaders or the high command in Kathmandu cannot dictate the formation of government provincially or locally. Now what happened in Nepal, you can see in most of the places, if there is a change in the federal government, that has impact on
just translates up to the provinces.
Exactly. Without any evaluation of the situation, they just do it because that becomes the grammar of politics. So in order to avoid it, the parties should be federalized in a very autonomous way, so that they are able to give effect to the local mandate. If these 4 things are done before these elections, I'm sure all the faces in the parliament will be totally new faces, and they will obviously be accountable faces, because now they are under the control of local people. So this has not happened, and that's the biggest problem now.
As Dr. Adhikari puts up, as I read between the lines, let me pick from the questions on capabilities of our framework and institutions and the gap in between. If I may move to Dr. Baral, are you equally optimistic at the present context, removal of the established forces from the governance? How optimistic are you that this is not going to invite unrest in the future in Nepal?
Okay, just I told you why I'm optimistic about the situation, economic situation of the country. Without democratic system, we will track country's transformation is not possible. Economic transformation is positive transformation is not possible. Let's see some economic dimensions of the country. Suppose at present, many people, many youths are going abroad for foreign employment, and we are economy almost it is a remittance based economy. Traditionally we say it is agro based economy. Now it is a remittance based economy. Almost 30% of country's GDP means it is based on remittances. Means every month the figure of remittance is rising and rising. And but with this situation, country just it is relying means our banking system, other financial system. It is, and our entrepreneurs also almost it is means they are optimistic. I agree with Bipin sir. First of all, our democratic system, our overall means constitutionally it should be intact. Now it is in almost coma. The election with new faces of the in parliament. And with this situation means all these systems are interconnected.
Dr. Adhikari, is it just a political change? I think the main question and concern of the general public, is it just a political change, or do you see the risks of this fragility transcending into the socio-economic ecosystem of our country?
I think it will be a disaster if this change results into the constitutional change, because that simply means that we will be bogged down in new type of issues which we will not be able to handle so well given our experience in the past. So this is a politically we are the same machinery, but our problem is not the constitution. Our problem is the present leadership, basically the political elite of the country who have been taking the charge since the last 3 decades, but have not been really to bring in meaningful changes in the country. So in democracy, people expect that there is a change in leadership also.
Right, Ms. Vaidya, if I may turn to you, I think you are at the brunt of all these shifts ongoing all around you and even in the global sphere, right? So how do you see Nepal's political institutions and social structures? Are they resilient enough to manage the pressure of globalization and the digitization or digital disruption?
So I think when we start looking and analyzing the situation, because where we sit today and the vulnerability, the instability that we are seeing today, I think like you heard both the experts, a constitutional expert and also at the same time economics expert, we are only the bricks in that whole system. So nobody is insulated from one another. So I think to start off with anything right now on a positive footing, you need the foundation. The foundation is we have a constitution in place. We know it's not the fault of the constitution, it is how we were dealing with the tweaking the rules. And so if we are going to do that, it's we need to recognize the problem areas. So I think we need, on a very personal, institutional, business, security is very, very important. I think we already have talked about it. Mr. Rana also in fact just now said, security I think is a first layer that we all need, whether it's on a personal level or in a business or a country's level. Second thing is we need good governance. We need the good governance, and before we go to the globe and to globalization, let's put our own house in order, is what we need to do right now. So I would think that we need to really have this governance in place at the earliest possible. If I may say that with the Gen Z movement, we've had a deep cleaning happening of the system. It's actually a deep cleaning on a very layman's term. Now how do we put the house back in order is really, really very essential for us to start thinking of anything further. Everybody's still going around their life, about their lives and doing things what they are supposed to, whether it is inside the house, in a business or XYZ might be. But for the stability, economic and social, we need good governance. And the good governance will finally lead to economic betterment, where I think every entrepreneur in this country is waiting to start performing to their fullest. Because if we don't get these breaks of irregular policies, change of policies. We can deal with the COVIDs because that's a natural phenomena. But when our own governance brings up issues like this, it needs very severe
more serious
attention.
than COVID. Okay, Mrs. Baida, that's an interesting observation of an entrepreneur as well. Now I come to Mani Rana again. At this point, you're pretty critical of the media, that's earlier. Now, at this sort of situation, how should the media be? How it should be? What sort of role, a constructive or more critical, what mode the media should be in at this point of time?
As far as I am concerned, the media in Nepal is going to be doing exactly what it is doing now for the, I don't know how many more years. How long have we been talking about good governance? Has there been good governance? Who's responsible for this? The people who bring these governments
Can
into
we
power.
say to some part media is also responsible for
Absolutely,
this?
absolutely.
So what is the course correction now? How can they correct their course now?
I think the media should now focus on being more truthful to its audience. Okay? Not what they have been doing so far. If they can do that, that would be a great change that will happen in Nepal. Otherwise, we keep talking about good governance, we keep talking about what has been going wrong for all these years, nothing's changing, nothing's being corrected. We are responsible for that, because we are the ones who bring in the governments.
What would it take for our media culture to shift from reaction to reflection?
I really don't know, because you see, every part of the media is affiliated to some political party or the other. As long as that is going on, how can you expect change? You cannot. You see, they are always dictated to by the political parties, political leaders. You see? So as long as they keep doing that.
Also, the emergence of a digital media landscape had made it more easier for propagandas like that to spread.
Absolutely, absolutely. And it's made life easier for people like me as well, because you don't have to turn on the radio or the television set. You just look at the phone and it tells you to some extent. But as I keep saying, the media keeps telling lies all the time.
Well, let's come to the same point, Mr. Rana. It has made your life easier, so that means you definitely do follow the present-day new media, digital media. Now, how do you, let's say, take the information? How do you filter it? Let's say, okay, this is the right one I should take, and this is probably a fabricated one, or I should have some doubt.
Okay, it's not just the Nepalese media that
It's the global
does that.
scenario.
Having lived in England for a long time, I'm interested in what is going on there.
Yeah, definitely.
You see, you look at some English or British media, and they keep saying, "Oh, Keir Starmer is going to be over in the next weeks, next few months, or whatever." That I have stopped reading altogether, because it's not true. And then all of a sudden they have news about the king or his family. That is also not true. You learn from...
So is it the source you should really be very much looking into, or the authenticity of the, let's say, disseminator you should be looking into to realize?
Well, what I do, I tell you what I do. If I have not heard the news on television or on radio, I listen to both. I watch TV and I listen to the radio twice a day. Okay? If I haven't listened to it on the news, on radio or television, then I say, okay, this is, that's how I do it.
Right. If I may turn to Ms. Vaidya now, just building on what Mr. Rana just said, I'm sure you also follow news updates and stories all over the world, and you travel, you get to meet people while, doing your business. Do you sometimes feel that Nepali stories lose something when they are told in languages of global trends? Have you ever experienced such instances or reflections, met with such reflections of your own?
Well, I can't pinpoint a single incidence, but elaborating on Mr. Rana's, I would say that how I would like to read news is that don't read it from only one source. So, you know, when you read it from many sources, you can then read between the lines as what it is said. But actually, like, I can see the grievance that Mr. Rana is coming from is because news reporting should be about what is right. You know, you have to go into the depths of the subject to know what exactly what was. But what's happening is, I think we have all started playing to the breaking news, who's first, and I think that's where a lot of times things go wrong. But yes, I think taking it with a pinch of salt, the way to balance is it that maybe, you know, hear it from many sources so that you get to know where it's coming from actually.
That's an interesting point. We would like to hear from two of our other guests as well. How do they consume information at this point of time? Dr. Baral, coming to you. How do you consume information right now, and what are your sources?
In our society, many people getting information from social sites, suppose like Facebook, other social media, which is providing right information and which is providing wrong information, which is misinformation. It's very difficult to identify. Even we intellectual persons, we call it, we are intellectual persons, we are misguided with misinformation. Which is right, which is wrong?
Dr. Adhikari, I'm coming to the same question to you. If you have time, when you have to consume information, which is your favorite platform, which is the way you do it?
Most of the time, I'm happy with broadsheets to read most of the morning news, and the rest, you know, from different sources. But we can take the 15-minute BBC Nepali service as an example. I mean, it's just 15 minutes, but it's the most independent news outlet in Nepal on Nepalese issues, because when they interview somebody, there is another one to contest it. So similarly, when they read something, they always give both, you know, first, second, third perspectives, and they don't end up with abrupt conclusion on things which are very serious. And these are the common sense, you know, principles that have not been applied in Nepal. Most of the time, when you select people, for example, you organizing this, you know, forum, I mean, you must have considered certain facts before inviting us on board, right? Similarly, but if you are independent, free and impartial, you end up doing things in a very different way. But the same thing, if it is done by another media outlet, you know, in Kathmandu, let's say there are 3, 4, 5 very big media houses, they will obviously first ask that what is your opinion on this particular issue. You know, I mean, there will be a sort of censorship before you are invited. So based on your opinion, you are on board or not.
Right, you all mean source.
Just to confirm, Dr. Adhikari, we were not influenced by anybody to set up this bank.
I'm sure you have not done. Mostly, whether it is Radio Nepal or NTV or even Gorkhapatra, I think it's a government outlet. But then a government outlet has to balance with the demand of the common people, as well as, you know, cater to the needs of the government.
Now we have shifted to public service broadcasting now, so that makes another shift.
The fact remains that you are government funded, and the appropriation bill in Parliament, you know, allocates you resources necessary to run your program. So you survive because of independence and impartiality, which the government must also guarantee, because we are in a democracy and this is a public program, and that compulsion is not there for many others. They consider it as a business byproduct, you know, something that, you know, that you establish because you have a certain business stake.
Right,
and
so
once
if I may intervene, what I read from the panel is source and selection matters. It really matters.
And also, obviously, I think, if I may add, I think it's what is happening is what I think is a clear voice. What you're seeing is that I think we all acknowledge that a lot of times media is being weaponized, and that is a wrong policy.
That's very true.
This leads me to a very interesting question to Mr. Rana. I'd like to ask you: is present-day media is a business or service?
It's obviously business.
Business.
That's what I think. I may be wrong. Correct me if I'm wrong. But I am on the belief that nobody is doing writing news and making television programs. I'm not talking about you. I mean the independent stations. I don't think they're doing it as a public service. They're doing it to make money. Look at how much advertisement commercials there are when you listen to any TV or radio station.
I also have an answer to your question. I think it hardly matters whether it is business or service. The real issue is whether the media persons are professionals or not. I mean, whether they are skilled or not, whether they, maintain certain professional standards or not. Do they go by code of conduct? Is there a professional association which really takes charge when the media norms are violated? And finally, the issue is whether the people, who are considered incompetent are filtered out in the process. And if there is a scope for it, certainly, the question of ownership is not very important.
We are moving on to the next segment now, where we discuss how important is media. Can it, do more to institutionalize the changes? I would come to you with the how question, Mr. Rana. How can modern media meet the consumption demand of information that has been extremely accessible, but, as we all agree, extremely irresponsible as well?
I don't know how long it's going to take for the media to be responsible, but there is hope. I mean, people are changing, and I think it's very, very important that the media does take that responsibility to heart and be careful about how it goes ahead. It has to go ahead properly and in the right direction. This is something that I've been asked and I've been talking about for the last 30 years or more. And my answer hasn't changed because the situation hasn't changed. You see? But there is still hope, and we can still expect the media to do things better for people like us to be able to be interested in it.
If you were mentoring a young journalist today, Mr. Rana, what would you tell them to focus on?
The truth. Not that I am a perfect person in what I did or I do, but I think if they focus on the truth instead of going around in circles looking at what this one is doing and that one is doing and to get ahead of them, I think if they focus on the truth and facts, it will be much better for them and us.
Vis-a-vis this statement, if we may turn to Dr. Adhikari, what's been your assessment of media in reference to the disseminating of information during the recent Gen Z movement?
I think we have, the whole, the environment in Nepal is the people, not just people, but every outlet here. I mean, it's like, they have activist, thinking. So you are not noted if you are not activist, if you don't speak aloud, with some, harshness or, maybe with certain contempt or, aggression in your remarks. So that has been there everywhere. And most of the media people here, I mean, it's a profession of young people. I mean, we have, media persons like Mr. Rana, they're very few. You can see that most of them are younger people, especially online, and we still maybe lack enough training. I mean, about capacity as well as, the resources at their disposal. But more or less, because we have, many outlets, the truth has to come out. And if the readers are smart, obviously they can choose, the right information, find right news.
Right, Ms. Ritu Vaidya, if I may ask your insights, I think we all agree that Nepal long has had seized the limelight on
issues like social taboos, including chaupadi and so on, right? Poverty, the focus of the spotlight has mostly been on the grim side. Do you think a shift is needed there, or do you see any needed shift in the media as well?
So I think what I feel is truth, a reconciliation on what is the fact. Even if today, let's say, all this is a venture. News creation is also a venture. But to keep yourself away from commercialization, or in spite of the commercialization, to be able to maintain your own personality, to bring out the truth and to state the facts is something which is expected of media always. Other than that, I think yes, I think like I said, I mean, media can be of great use, can be weaponized, is a commercial venture. In this whole scenario, to bring up very strong issues like what you said, the Chaupadi and all of that, that is a subject which really needs to now be brought out by maybe, let's say, the media. I hope not the Gen Z movement, but I mean, not to the way it happened, because the thing is that we need to bring it out that is it a hygiene issue or is it a religious issue? It was never a religious issue. It was a hygiene issue, whatever happened in the past. So today, and today's amenities, with all the amenities that we have available to ourselves, we have to change it. I lend my voice to it. I've said it many times before also. And I think, yes, media should definitely get involved in it, because I think it's a huge pain point for all the women in Nepal.
Allow me to ask one question here, Mrs. Vaidya. You said media can be weaponized, right? As an entrepreneur, have you ever weaponized or used media for your interests?
I'm not in the business of media.
No, as an entrepreneur, for your business purpose or motives, have you used media? Or do media entrepreneurs want to use media for their business purposes?
So I would, I think we can see examples everywhere. In this very globalized world, we always learn from one another, right? So you see everywhere in the world, you see the most prosperous countries to the least developed also, where a lot of times the media houses are controlled or owned or completely funded by a certain XYZ person.
And also the advertisement policy.
Even the advertisement policy, like I said, we live in a very commercialized world, of course. I mean, we are commercializing anything and everything. I think media, source of information also has gone into that, because it becomes
So you have not tested the vulnerability of media?
I don't intend to.
We go to Dr. Baral now. Now, economically, we have so many facts and figures in media. What sort of change you want to see from the media when it comes to disseminating information of the economics or the field of finance?
Media persons should understand basic economic information, economic ideas, economic data, what is the meaning of just suppose GDP. And there are so many interpretations of Nepal is in prosperity, suppose any party in government, they call Nepal is in good position due to these figures. And opposition says Nepal is a very bad position because there are so many, so there are so many confusions, so media persons should clearly disseminate what is the reality, and they have to understand the basic ideas. Suppose what is GDP, how to calculate it, what is the figure, means remittance figure, what will happen with this remittance. Nepal is in good position or it is in bad position. Some says Nepal is in very bad position, the remittance goes up, but other figures are very bad. So we have to analyze, we have to change. So I request media persons, you have to know what is the meaning of these figures, how to interpret it. You have to consult with some economic, those who are in economic issues, data analysts or something. So with this proper information, right information, just everything is going.
So you see there's a room for change in there as well. We're having a special dialogue on a special day, on to the fourth and the last final session of this discussion. Now, the theme of the last part is, does Nepal need a global voice? We do have some video statements from some of the recent change makers of Nepal. One is an entrepreneur, an academician who turned his academics interest to a thriving industry that became the first industry run or founded by a Nepali origin person to be enlisted in NASDAQ, the US Stock Exchange, Fuse Machines, and the other one, a pioneer who in fact engineered the wave of change in this country. There are many, but he's one of them. So let's hear from them first before we enter into the discussion.
A lot of times there's a lot happening in Nepal, like more recent events, but it is not covered in international news and given the same level of depth and information as we would like, especially for Nepali diaspora. They want more information, like more information direct from source and truth and so forth. But a lot of times international news may not cover it. So in those times, having a very authentic voice directly from Nepal is super important, because Nepali diaspora absolutely needs it. The world has changed, right? There's a lot of digital media, a lot of the news gets consumed in the platforms and so forth. So while there is risk of a lot of misinformation and so forth, having an authentic voice in a digital framework in many of these platforms and outside of these platforms is very important.
I think it is very important for there to be a national media that takes our country's voices internationally. Yes, people in the foreign countries, other countries, I think they do have a different idea about things that have happened in Nepal. So yeah, so because of this misinformation, it is very good that something comes directly out of the source, that being from the national media of the country. I think there needs to be an authentic media, yes, but it has to be pushed through online platforms too. I think digitally going is the way to go for the future. So I think, yes, we have to be authentic, yes, and we also have to be focused to broadcast digitally as well.
Namaste and congratulations to all viewers of Nepal Television World Channel, home and abroad. Today is a historic moment. This is the day Nepal starts speaking to the world in its own voice. The NTV World opens a window for global audiences to see Nepal through Nepali eyes, through stories told with understanding and passion. For many years, the world has known Nepal mostly through the eyes of outsiders, the foreigners who climb Everest, who visit Himalayas and other beauty spots. But Nepal is so much more. It's a birthplace of Lord Buddha, a crossroad of cultures, a very young democracy full of energy and ideas that grow in front of our eyes. It's a country facing climate change and devastating disasters, but it's a people who always stand up, always rebuild, always move forward. As a public service broadcaster, Nepal Television has a special mission: to inform, to connect, and to build understanding between its people and with the world. Quality storytelling in English can make Nepal's voice strong, credible, and respected throughout the world. I have worked closely with Nepal Television, and I have seen the incredible talent and passion of its team. They are storytellers who capture the real spirit of Nepal, its warmth, courage, and compassion. So to everyone at NTV World, congratulations. And to NTV World Channel, wishes to become a home of authentic stories, a bridge to global audiences, and a proud symbol of Nepal's voice to the world. Thank you.
So we heard from some of the change makers, the recent change makers that have hit headlines in the country in almost all the media. In this last part of the conversation, which is themed, Does Nepal Need a Global Voice? I start with Mr. Rana. Mr. Rana, has Nepal been seen and heard the way it should have been?
International media talks about a country is like when there's a war, when there's a major accident, and even with accidents, they only care about aircraft mishaps. They don't care about traffic accidents. Okay? This is a fact. it's very easy to say, yes, our country needs to be talked about in the international media. Of course it does. But I mean, what are we going to talk about?
My question was, whatever has been heard and seen so far, should it be the same or could it have been different?
I think it's going to remain the same. Because as I just said, I mean, news agencies are only worried or concerned about something like an accident or a war. Okay? Look what happened when the palace massacre happened in Nepal. I mean, the whole world was talking about it. Okay? After a while, it's settled down and finished. Nepal, whether Nepal as a country existed or not, nobody knew. So this is what I mean. I mean, this is going to go on forever. Not just with Nepal, with every country. It's the same thing.
But with Nepal's own voice, will we be able to fill that gap or make a difference?
What are you going to talk about Nepal to make it interesting for an international audience?
Allow me to just show a recent example. For example, there were few foreign medias who recently said the movement, the entire Gen Z movement, was instigated by a Facebook ban, for example. And that was the narrative set almost across the world initially. While the ones who were on the streets themselves were saying, not because it's a Facebook ban, it's because that might have triggered it, but that's not the only agenda. So some sort of false narratives have been set at times by foreign media about our issues. In that void, can we have our own perspective?
Well, you just said it. I mean, the Gen Z movement was something that was interesting to the whole world. That is why there was so much coverage of it. Okay? Now, we're still in trouble.
Yeah.
We still haven't sorted things out here right. We're still in trouble. Nobody's paying attention to it. What are you going to do to emphasize that? How are you going to do it?
You mean content would be pivotal in determining the success or impact that we would be able to create?
Internationalize this stuff.
Definitely, as you suggested, Mr. Rana, will try to globalize things.
That's exactly what globalization
maybe
is.
Starting from Nepal issues, and ultimately we'll reach the point that you have said, probably be like that, the foreign outlet. But initially, we're starting with our local voices to the global audience. Now, this is a common question to rest of the guests here. Does Nepal need a global voice?
Nepal should provide information about Nepal's scenario. Suppose climate change, is biodiversity, and so many issues we have. It's a peace-loving country we are, and with in global forums, global forums. Suppose BOAO, just I told you, BOAO, BIMSTEC. In these forums, we have to suppose what is ecotourism of Nepal, what is the potentialities of tourism sector. We have to disseminate our ideas, our voices in global forums.
Coming to Mrs. Vaidya.
So I think you're talking about like two aspects of the whole of this issue. What you're saying, the globalization of our voice. One is that, do we have content? How do we create the content? Again, it cannot be fabricated content. We need to start strengthening this basic fabric of our society. Education. Today, if I have to think of, while you were asking this question, which is the last news which I thought which was other than film glamour, which keeps coming up so much, whether they put on an Instagram or whatever, a Nobel Peace Prize, somebody who did a great invention, whether we broke the speed of light. Why is this coming to me just now as you're talking about? Because there was an achievement there. That achievement created a content which became worldwide news. One is we make ourselves so strong and have such large achievements that people want to talk about us. The other is, whether you mean that, whether how we will take our voice outside to the world is, yes, increase our network of dissemination of information, whether it is Nepal Television, who has offices, let's say, in a Doha or in America or whatever. That is a way of taking your daily news there. But if you want attention for the right reasons, we have to strengthen the basic fabric of a society, good governance, strong education, and a whole lot of such gyan.
Over to Dr. Adhikari, your say now.
I think yes. I mean, that's a very fundamental issue for us. We need to have our media presence internationally, and for two things. Firstly, we need to tell the world who we are. I mean, in terms of our language, our culture, our demography, our economy, international investment, foreign affairs, tourism, so many things. I mean, there are issues that we need to tell the world about, and also to respond to them through an international media outlet which is open 24 hours, and anybody who is interested to come to Nepal or form an impression about Nepal can immediately get back to. So that is the first concern. And secondly, we need to know that we need to make the country visible, because we are a small country. And because we are small, we have to compensate ourselves with things which make us big. And media, certainly, you say, Mr. Rana was talking about Al Jazeera. I mean, the value that Al Jazeera created for Qatar is open to everybody. And why we can't do it? In fact, we are on the most majestic part of the world. And whatever we have, is something which many people, many countries don't have at all. So, many people I have seen that they forget, they cannot, remember the word Himalaya, and they start saying Alps. You see, that is the significance, the identity of Nepal. So we have to sell it. Now, being small, we need to, speak aloud. We have geopolitical issues also. You see, the moment we start, for example, when there was, the royal carnage, you see, every country, every media outlet in the world had its own story, because we were not able to tell our story, right? We didn't speak aloud in a language that they can comprehend in. So they started fabricating news, and so assassination became a murder by the crown prince. So to this day, we don't know what happened in fact. I mean, when Premadasa was killed, it became, an assassination. When Ziaul Haq was killed, it became an assassination, right? When Indira Gandhi was killed, you repeated the same word. It's simply because we didn't have our own voice.
Our narratives were being said by the outside.
So for the visibility, to speak to the world, we need to have media presence, and I would say not just global, but it should be in the best form possible. And then what Mr. Rana said, maybe we don't have enough stuff at present to speak out to the world, but then there are many issues in the world that could be that we can partner with and use the forum for protection of our own interest on international matters. Now that you have started doing it, congratulations. And now when you start doing, obviously this is a process of learning also, we'll get to a point where we can compete with many others. So resource is not a problem, it's the attitude which is a problem, I think.
Fantastic. Thank you so much to all our guests and panelists. Definitely consider this as a move from Public Service Broadcasting Nepal as the first marker stone of what Mr. Rana envisioned. This could be, the potential could be up to that level in future. Thank you so much for your value time, thoughts,
thank you,
and your perspectives.
I'm sure this is going to extend beyond this dialogue show, the special dialogue session here, as we mark the launch of NTV World tonight, and we made an attempt to offer you different varying lenses, varying perspectives on the very issue of change that we are living at the moment. And this is happening on the night of the launch of NTV World, which is PSP and Nepal Television's international wing, where we intend to share our very own perspectives on our very own stories and happenings to the globe.
To the audience, stay tuned as NTV World comes to you in all different forms in the digital market as well as the traditional one. Thank you so much for being part of this.
Thank you.
Welcome to the studios of NTV World in Kathmandu, public service broadcasting PSB Nepal's new initiative to make Nepal more visible and audible to the global audience. Welcome on board.
This is NTV World. Facts that speak, insights that matter.
Telling the stories of a changing planet. NTV World, Nepal's perspective to the world.
Exploring the heartbeat of Nepali creativity. This is NTV World.
The power of story shaped by technology. NTV World.
Unearthing Nepal's hidden heritage. Discovering the timeless Nepal.
Telling stories that endure across centuries. Where culture breathes, stories bloom.
When the world moves, we make a sense of it.
NTV World. Taste of Nepal. Every recipe, every flavor tells the story.
Journalism in the digital age. Fast, focused, verified.
Stories hold power. Stories reflecting life. Stories of the hinterlands.
Reporting for Public Service Broadcasting.
Reporting for NTV World.
This is NTV World. Welcome to News Hour.
This is NTV World. Welcome to Primetime News.
One story at a time.
Crossing borders, connecting voices, where Nepal meets the world in dialogue. This is NTV World, Nepal's perspective to the world.
Voices that connect Nepal to the world, bringing perspective, region and relevance to every story. NTV World, Nepal's perspective to the world.
Stand by. Mic is on.
3, 2, 1, cue.
We are NTV World.
The gorgeous temple of Shango Narayan holds greater significance among the 4 Narayan temples located in different cardinal points of Kathmandu Valley. It is situated on a magnificent hilltop about 16 kilometers northeast of Kathmandu in the Bhaktapur district. Shango Narayan is known for its majestic temple complex, full of magnificent artworks in stone, metal, and wood. As an important heritage site of archaeological and cultural importance, with a history of nearly 1700 years, Shango Narayan was designated as UNESCO World Heritage Site in October 1979. By then, it also received the attention of international observers abroad. One of the first substantial epigraphic evidences of Nepalese history was found in the temple premises consecrated by Lichavi King Mandev, dating back to 464 AD. It shows that Shango Narayan was already developed as an important sacred place long before his time. There are various myths and legends regarding the origin of Shango Narayan. As detailed in the Vansavalis, Shango had already been established as a sacred site around 3rd century AD. The Ichangu inscription of Vijaya Kamdev, dated 1199 AD, informs that the temple was built by the king Haridatta Varma, happened to be 9th generations before Mandev. The time of Haridatta Varma is estimated as early as 325 AD.
यो काठमाडौँ उपत्यका विश्व सम्पदा स्थल चाहिँ 1979 मा नेपालको तर्फबाट विश्व सम्पदाको रूपमा चाहिँ सूचीकृत भएको थियो र त्यसमा चाहिँ अपरेसनल गाइडलाइन अब भनौं न नेपालले 1972 को चाहिँ वर्ल्ड हेरिटेज कन्भेन्सन भन्ने जुन कन्भेन्सन थियो त्यो कन्भेन्सनमा चाहिँ साइन गरिसकेपछि 78 मा साइन गर्यो र 76 मा साइन गरेर 78 मा चाहिँ नेपालले पठाएको थियो र त्यतिखेर पठाउँदाखेरि नेपालले यो सांस्कृतिक सम्पदाको तर्फबाट काठमाडौँ उपत्यका विश्व सम्पदा स्थल र प्राकृतिकको तर्फबाट चाहिँ सगरमाथा राष्ट्रिय निकुञ्जलाई चाहिँ यो सूचीमा सूचीकरण गर्नको लागि पठाएको थियो। त्यो मध्ये चाहिँ अपरेसनल गाइडलाइनको अनुसार क्राइटेरिया 3, 4 र 6 जुन चाहिँ एकदमै असाध्यै विश्वव्यापी महत्त्व भएको भने जुन आउटस्ट्यान्डिङ युनिभर्सल भ्याल्यू भनेर भन्छौं, हामीले यो 3 वटा क्राइटेरियाको आधारमा नेपाल सरकारले तत्कालीन अवस्थामा चाङ्गु नारायण सहित बाँकी 6 वटा सम्मिलित भएको समावेश भएको चाहिँ काठमाडौँ उपत्यका विश्व सम्पदा स्थल भनेर चाहिँ सूचीकरण को लागि प्रस्ताव गरेको थियो 78 मा र 79 को सेसनले चाहिँ वर्ल्ड हेरिटेज कमिटीको सेसन भनेको बैठक ले चाहिँ यसलाई सूचीकृत गर्ने चाहिँ निर्णय गरेको थियो। त्यसैले यो एज ए होल 7 वटा 7 in 1 वर्ल्ड हेरिटेज प्रपर्टी भनेर भन्छौं हामी। यो काठमाडौँ उपत्यका विश्व सम्पदा स्थल चाहिँ त्यसरी चाहिँ विश्व सम्पदा सूचीमा चाहिँ सूचीकरण भएको थियो।
चाङ्गु भनेको चाहिँ एउटा हामीसँग एकदम पुरानो प्राचीन स्थल पनि हो त्यहाँ हैन। त्यहाँ चाहिँ धेरैवटा अभिलेखहरू छ, जम्माजम्मी त्यहाँको अभिलेखहरू सम्पूर्ण चाङ्गुसँग सम्बन्धित अभिलेखहरू, चाङ्गुमा भएका अभिलेखहरू, भण्डारभित्र भएका सबै अभिलेख हेर्ने हो भने करिब करिब हामीसँग 360 वटा अभिलेखहरू छ चाङ्गु एरियामा मात्रै, त्योसँग रिलेटेड अभिलेखहरू हैन। र त्यसमध्ये अहिलेसम्म प्राप्त सबभन्दा पुरानो अभिलेख भनेको मानदेवको 386 को अभिलेख हो हैन। त्यो भनेको राजा मानदेवले आफ्नो विजयपछि जब सामन्तहरू सबैलाई कब्जा गरिसकेपछि राखेको अभिलेख हो। यो अभिलेख चाहिँ एउटा स्तम्भमा छ त्यहाँ र त्यो अभिलेखमा चाहिँ लिच्छवी लिपिमा लेखिएको छ र संस्कृत भाषामा लेखिएको छ, एकदम प्रौढ संस्कृत भाषामा लेखिएको छ, राम्रो एकदम शुद्ध भाषामा लेखिएको छ। र त्यसमा चाहिँ उसले राजा मानदेवले जब पूर्व र पश्चिमको सामन्तहरूलाई दबाइसकेपछि उसले विजय स्तम्भको रूपमा त्यसलाई स्थापना गरेको हो। र यो अभिलेखलाई चाहिँ अहिलेसम्म हामीसँग धेरै विवरण, हामीसँग हुन त लिच्छवी कालका त्योभन्दा पुराना अभिलेखहरू पनि छन् होइन। र जस्तै दोस्रो शताब्दीको जय वर्माको सम्मत 160 को अभिलेख छ हामीसँग, अनि त्यसपछि 381 को अभिलेखहरू पनि छन्, तर त्यसमा चाहिँ विवरण एकदम छोटो छोटोमा छ। तर यो अभिलेख भनेको सम्पूर्ण विवरण लिच्छवी वंशको, जस्तै मानदेवले आफ्नो वंश समेत 3 पुस्ता समेत उल्लेख गरेर लेखेको र आफ्नो आमाको समेत नाम उल्लेख गरेर राखेको अभिलेख भएकोले त्यो बेलाको सिनेरीहरू, त्यो बेलाको इतिहास, धर्म, संस्कृतिहरू धेरै भएको अभिलेखमा भएको हुनाले यो अभिलेख चाहिँ विशेष महत्त्वपूर्ण छ। नेपालकै सन्दर्भमा पनि यो अभिलेख चाहिँ विशेष महत्त्वपूर्ण छ।
चाँगुनारायण क्षेत्रमा भएका मन्दिर या मन्दिर वरिपरिका अन्य स्मारक र पुरातात्विक वस्तुहरूको हामीले संरक्षण सम्वर्धनलाई हाई प्रायोरिटी दिएर चाहिँ काम अगाडि बढाएका छौँ। हाम्रो भक्तपुरमा स्मारक संरक्षण तथा दरबार हेरचाह कार्यालय अफिस छ, युनिट अफिस छ। त्यो युनिट अफिसको कामै के हो भने भक्तपुर वा विश्व सम्पदा स्थल चाँगुनारायण समेतको हाम्रो जुन कार्यक्षेत्र छ, हाम्रो मापदण्ड छ, त्यो मापदण्ड कार्यक्षेत्र अनुसार सञ्चालन, व्यवस्थापन, संरक्षण गर्नु नै यसको मुख्य कार्य हो। त्यो अफिस, युनिट अफिसबाट ती कार्यहरू त्यहाँ भइरहेको छ। त्यही कारणले नै हामीलाई युनेस्कोले भूकम्पपछिको पुनर्निर्माण या भूकम्पपछिको स्ट्याटस क्लियर गर्ने सन्दर्भमा त्यो अफिस र स्वयं पुरातत्व विभागले त्यसको संरक्षण कार्य अगाडि बढाएको अवस्था छ।
मानदेवले राखेको गरुड स्तम्भ पछि गएर कालान्तरमा विभिन्न कारणले त्यो भाँच्यो। भाँचेपछि त्यो स्तम्भमाथि रहेको गरुड चाहिँ नि भुइँमा झर्यो। जुन तपाईँले गरुड देख्नुहुन्छ चाँगुनारायणको ठ्याक्कै मन्दिर अगाडि हात जोडेर बसेको मानव आकार छ, अनि पछाडि प्वाख बनाइएको छ होइन। त्यो पखेटाहरूले त्यो गरुड चाहिँ नि सम्भवतया मानदेवले नै चढाएको भन्ने मानिन्छ। त्यो कलामा डेफिनेटली हामीले के मथुरा शैलीको देख्छौँ। त्यो गरुडको जुङ्गा पनि बनाएको देख्नुहुन्छ, माथि एउटा सानो डोरीले बाँधेर क्लिपहरू लगाएको एउटा मुकुटको जस्तै किसिमका त्यो देखिन्छ। सम्भवतया त्यो मानदेवकै प्रतिमूर्तिको रूपमा त्यही उसको पर्सनालिटी अनुसार, उसको जीवडाल अनुसार गरुड बनाइएको हो भन्ने एक थरीको भनाइ छ।
बासी योजना होइन, यो 61 वर्षपछि भएको यो भगवान् नारायणले नै पुजारी नियुक्ति गरेको हुनाले त्यो वंश परम्परा अहिले हामी चाहिँ यहाँ पुजारी बनिएका छौँ र त्यही वंशमा मात्रै पूजा गर्नुपर्ने भएको हुनाले यहाँका पुजारीले आफ्नो बुवा आमा बित्नु भए पनि जुठो बार्न पाइन्न। यहाँ अविच्छिन्न रूपमा चाहिँ पूजा चलाउनुपर्छ। त्यो चलन अहिलेसम्म चलिआएको छ। मन्दिर 4:30-5 बजे खुल्सिया हुन्छ। भडेलहरूले नित्य पूजाको लागि यहाँ छुटेर ढाड छ, नारायण भन्छौँ हामी, त्यहाँबाट चकपानी ल्याएर त्यो चकपानी पनि कठिन छ। चकपानी ल्याउँदाखेरि कोही बिसाएर फाट थाप्न नहुने होइन, अनि कसैले छुनु नहुने, नाङ्गो खुट्टा यहाँसम्म हिँडेर आउनुपर्ने। अनि यहाँ ल्याएर मन्दिर खोलिसकेपछि अनि चकपानी भित्र त्यहाँ पूजा सामान तयार भइसकेपछि करिब 8-9 बजेतिर प्रायः भगवान्को पूजा हुन्छ। पूजा षोडशोपचारले हुन्छ। अनि त्यो पूजा पश्चात चाहिँ हामीले खिर नैवेद्य पनि चलाउनु पर्ने हुन्छ। पहिला मन्दिर बन्द हुन्थ्यो, अब त बन्द हुन छोड्यो। अहिले त प्रायः दिनभर नै खोल्छ र साँझ चाहिँ नित्य आरती पनि हुन्छ र यो पूजा आरती गर्दा बाजा बजाउने चलन पनि छ।
तत्कालीन मूर्तिकलाको विशेषता चाहिँ नि के छ भने मास कलरको हुन्छ, मास रङको, ब्ल्याक बेसल्ट भन्छ त्यो ढुङ्गाको क्वालिटी, सारो ढुङ्गाबाट बनाएको हुन्छ र त्यसमा मास रङको चाहिँ नि लेपन गरेको देखिन्छ। त्यसपछि मूर्ति बनाइन्थ्यो किनभने मूर्तिको त्यो खुट्टाको हातको कापाभित्र पनि त्यो पलिसिङ गरेको देखिन्छ। त्यो सम्भवतः पहिला ढुङ्गामा नगरिकन त्यसरी त भित्रभित्र गर्न त गाह्रो हुन्छ पलिसिङ गर्न। त्यसकारण उनीहरूले घोटेर ढुङ्गालाई चाहिँ नि पहिला बनाएपछि अनि त्यसपछि त्यो ढुङ्गालाई घोटेर तयार पारेपछि अनि उनीहरूले मूर्ति कुद्या हुनुपर्छ। स्ट्रङ्गेस्ट टेक्नोलोजी उनीहरूले युज गरेको देखिन्छ।
अंशु वर्माको अभिलेख छ जुन चाहिँ गरुड अहिलेको तपाईले त्यहाँ चाङ्गुमा जानुभयो भने ठ्याक्क त्यसको गरुडको पछाडि एउटा अंशु वर्मा र शिवदेवको अभिलेख पनि छ। त्यो अभिलेख पनि लिच्छविकालको सामाजिक व्यवस्था अर्थव्यवस्थाहरू बुझ्नको लागि चाहिँ महत्त्वपूर्ण अभिलेख हो। र अर्को महत्त्वपूर्ण अभिलेख भनेको गरुडको पाटपीठमा जुन हाम्रो लिच्छविकालको चाङ्गु नारायणको पाटपीठमा रहेको जुन अभिलेख छ नि त्यसमा चाहिँ त्यो चाङ्गु नारायणको जुन मूर्ति स्थापना गरेको त्यसको जीर्णोद्धार गरेको सम्बन्धी चाहिँ त्यो अभिलेखमा चाहिँ उल्लेख छ। अभिलेखहरू अध्ययन गर्ने, तिनीहरूको विश्लेषण गर्ने, तिनीहरूको लिप्यान्तर गर्ने, प्रतिलिपि उतार गर्ने, तिनीहरूको सङ्कलन गर्ने कामहरू अभिलेखालयले गर्छ र जस अनुसार हामीले त्यहाँको अभिलेखहरू लिप्यान्तर गरेर अथवा उतार गरेर ल्याएर तिनीहरूको प्रतिलिपि चाहिँ यहाँ सुरक्षित गरिसकेको छ। पुरै लिप्यान्तर गरेर भाषान्तर गरेर पब्लिस पनि भइसकेको छ त्यो जुन चाङ्गुको अभिलेख छ।
रामको वर्ण हैन, अनि यो जस्तै अब नारायणको वर्ण के हो, यहाँ बाजेहरू हुनुहुन्छ उहाँहरूसँग बसेर सल्लाह गरेर अनि वर्ण अनुसारको हामीले चाहिँ यो कलर गर्ने हो। अब जस्तै कि यो चाहिँ श्रीराम उहाँको चाहिँ यो अलि निलो आकाशी वर्णको हुन्छ। अब माथि भयो नरसिंह सेतो वर्णको हो। यतापट्टि चाहिँ वामन वर्ण भयो, वामन चाहिँ हाम्रो स्किन कलर अरेन्ज कलरको हो। यो सबै त्यहाँ चाहिँ वर्णहरू हुन्छ अनि त्यही अनुसारले हामीले गर्ने हो। कुन्नाको चाहिँ हरियो कलरको कोरा। अब घोराको सिम किन राखेको भन्दा घोरा चाहिँ यो उड्ने घोरा, नेवार भाषाबाट बोसल भन्छ, बलियो पनि। उसले यो मन्दिरको पुरा यो छत हुन्छ नि उसको भारै उसले बोकेको छ कुन्नाको चार कुनाले। त्यही भएर उसको त्यो अनुहारको आकृति पनि अलि रिसाएको जस्तो, अलि उसलाई गाह्रो भएको जस्तो फिल गरेर नै बनाएको छ, राम्रो नै बनाएको छ। सबभन्दा पहिला चाङ्गु नारायण पछि शेष नारायण पछि विसुङ्गु नारायण पछि तपाईँको इचुङ्गु नारायण राखेको छ लाइनै। बिचमा चाहिँ तपाईँको यमराजको चाहिँ तुलाल राखेको छ यहाँ ठ्याक्कै दक्षिणतिर फर्काएर। यो यमराजको चाहिँ हटबाट अरू मन्दिरमा चाहिँ पाइँदैन, यहाँ चाहिँ राखिएको छ। अनि पछि पश्चिममा चाहिँ तपाईँको वरुणको राखेको छ। वरुण भनेपछि नागको राजा। मत्स्य नारायण, वराह, नरसिंह लाइनै मिलाएर राखिएको छ। अनि तपाईँ फेरि दक्षिणबाट अब तपाईँ उत्तर दिशा जानुभयो भने वामनको तपाईँले तुनाल हेर्नुहोस् है, 3वटा खुट्टा हालेको छ। जुन चित्र छ यो कलाकारले बनाएको काठको त्यो कहीँ पनि पाउँदैन, यो चाङ्गुनारायणमा पाउँछ। कृष्णको छ, रामको, परशुरामको लाइनै मूर्तिहरू राखेको छ। पूर्व दिशामा जानुभयो भने भगवान बुद्धको मूर्ति त्यो स्वरूपमा त्यो चित्रमा जुन राखेको छ ठ्याक्कै अनुहार चाहिँ नारायण विष्णुकै राखेको छ। स्तुपा समातिरहेको छ, तपाईँले त्यहाँ हेर्नुहुन्छ। त्यो चाहिँ हाम्रो के भन्छ नारायणजी चाहिँ हाम्रो यो बुद्ध भगवानको स्वरूपमा राखेको छ।
हाम्रो चाङ्गु नारायण भने विष्णु धर्म अथवा वैष्णव धर्मको मुख्य थलो हो भनेपछि त्यसलाई चाहिँ फेरि बुद्धिस्टहरूले चाहिँ तपाईँको भने लोकेश्वरको रूपमा पूजा गर्छन् त्यहाँ होइन। भनेपछि बुद्धिस्ट र हिन्दूको एउटा चाहिँ संयोजन, धार्मिक संयोजनको साथसाथै त्यहाँबाट आउने त्यो कलशलाई वा चाहिँ नारायणको प्रतीकात्मक स्वरूपलाई हनुमान ढोका ल्याउने र चाहिँ कुमारी समेत दर्शन गर्ने र कुमारीको दर्शन जो त्यहाँ आफ्नै किसिमको विधि परम्परा छ र त्यो कलशको दर्शन गर्नलाई त्यहाँका अरू अब के अरे धर्मावलम्बीहरू जो चाहिँ त्यो धर्ममा आस्था राख्नुहुन्छ उहाँहरू आएर चाहिँ धर्म दर्शनका कुराहरू अथवा त्यो कलशको दर्शन गर्ने परम्परा अहिले पनि छ। यसले चाहिँ एकातिर भक्तपुर र कान्तिपुरको एउटा राम्रो सम्बन्धको स्थापना गर्छ भनेपछि पछि तपाईँको पृथ्वीनारायण शाहले काठमाडौँ अट्याक गरेर नयाँ राज्य अथवा नेपाल राज्य स्थापना गर्ने सन्दर्भमा पृथ्वीनारायण शाहले यहाँ आएका चलन मैले अघि भनेको थिएँ प्रथा धर्मलाई कुनै पनि उनले चाहिँ हस्तक्षेप गरेनन्, सबैलाई स्वीकारे र एज ए स्टेट हेड रूपमा उनको वासस्थान त्यहाँ भएको नाताले चाहे मल्ल राजाहरूले पनि त्यहीबाट सुरु गरे, त्यसपछि पृथ्वीनारायण शाहले पनि त्यही त्यो कामलाई कन्टिन्यू दिएको अवस्था पाइन्छ।
यहाँको मुख्य जात्रा भनेको वैशाखमा हुन्छ र जात्रा यहाँको लागि होइन कि यो चाहिँ पारी काठमाडौँ जिल्लाका दासी ब्रह्मखेल थली इन्द्रायणी भद्रवास आदि ठाउँ पनि यो जात्रा चल्छ। हामी यहाँबाट कलश बोकेर खाली पेट हिँडेर हामी जमल पुग्छौँ, काठमाडौँ जमल पुग्छौँ अनि जमलसम्म चाहिँ यहाँको बाजा जान्छन् अनि जमल पुगेपछि यहाँको बाजा फर्किन्छ। त्यहाँ गुरुजीको पल्टनले हामीलाई स्वागत गर्छ। त्यहाँबाट पूजा सामान्य पूजा भएपछि हामी चाहिँ गुरुजीको पल्टन सँगसँगै हामी चाहिँ हनुमानढोका पुग्छौँ अनि त्यहाँ जीवित देवी कुमारीको आगमन हुन्छ अनि उहाँको उपस्थितिमा हामीले दशकुश स्वागत गरेर दरबारभित्र भित्राइन्छ र त्यहाँको पूजा पश्चात चाहिँ अनि राष्ट्र प्रमुखका हामी दर्शन गर्नु पहिला राजाका जान्थ्यौँ, अहिले राष्ट्रपतिका जान्छौँ।
कला वस्तु प्रविधिसँग गाँसिएको हाम्रो इन्टेन्जिबल पाटो अभौतिक पाटो त्यसको पूजा व्यवस्था धर्म आस्था जात्रा जो अविच्छिन्न रूपले चलिआएका छन् त्यसको मूल्य मान्यता अहिले पनि त्यहाँका जनता या समग्र ती धर्मावलम्बीहरूसित अविच्छिन्नता रूपले चलिआएको छ र त्यो इन्टिग्रिटी त्यो अथेन्टिसिटी त्यो चाहिँ त्यसको समग्रमा त्यसको आउटस्ट्यान्डिङ युनिभर्सल भ्यालीलाई हामीले कायम गर्न सक्या हुनाले युनेस्कोले त्यसलाई विश्व सम्पदा सूचीमा राखेको। विश्व सम्पदा सूचीमा राख्नुको तात्पर्य पनि त्यो हो कि ती विषय वस्तु चाहिँ राष्ट्रिय मात्र नभएर अन्तर्राष्ट्रिय महत्त्वका विषयवस्तु बनुन्।
चाङ्गो नारायणमा एउटा विश्वरूपको मूर्ति छ। त्यो मूर्तिको तल पाताल लोक देखाइएको छ, नागकन्याहरू छन्। त्यसपछि पृथ्वीले दुईटा काँधमा स्त्री रूपमा पृथ्वीलाई प्रतिनिधित्व गरेका छ। काँधमा दुईटा पाइताला राखेर भगवान् विष्णु उभिया छन्। त्योभन्दा माथि विभिन्न दिक्पालहरू, अन्य सूर्य चन्द्र अझ माथि गएपछि आकाश, यिनीहरू सबैको प्रतिनिधित्व हुने गरी देवगणहरू ऋषिगणहरू पनि देखिन्छ र अर्जुनले चाहिँ हात जोडेर बसेको दृश्य पनि त्यसमा कुँदिएको छ। त्यो मूर्ति साउथ इस्ट एसियामै मलाई जहाँसम्म लाग्छ दुर्लभ मूर्ति हो। देब्रेतिरको चाहिँ नि केही पार्टहरू भाँच्चिएको छ, होइन भने मूर्ति धेरै नै राम्रो छ। त्यो पछि कसरी भाँच्यो भन्ने थाहा हुन सकेको छैन। मुखबाट त्यहाँ मूर्तिमा हेर्नुभयो भने एउटा मान्छे निस्किया देख्नुहुन्छ, त्यो द्याट इज कल्ड ब्राह्मण। अनि बाहुबाट पाखुराबाट चाहिँ नि क्षेत्रीय निस्केको देख्नुहुन्छ। तिघ्राबाट चाहिँ नि त्यसै गरी मान्छे सानो सानो मान्छेको मूर्ति बनाएको छ, त्यो निस्किया देख्नुहुन्छ जो वैश्य हो। वैश्यपछि पाइतालामा चाहिँ नि खुट्टामा हेर्नुभयो भने त्यहाँ शूद्र निस्केको भनिन्छ। त्यसरी एउटा समाजको स्वरूपलाई पनि उसले चित्रण गरेका छ। उनी सुतेका छन्। विश्वरूपको त्यो मूर्ति निकै नै उत्कृष्ट मानिन्छ र अब त्यसलाई कसैले 7औं शताब्दी भन्छन्, कसैले 8औं, मूर्तिमा लेखिया छैन, तर 8औं शताब्दीतिरको हुनसक्छ भन्ने अनुमान चाहिँ नै हामीले गरेका छौँ। विश्वरूपकै अगाडिपट्टि त्रिविक्रम वामनको मूर्ति पाउनुहुन्छ। त्यो त्रिविक्रम वामन भनेको खुट्टा उचालेर एउटा आकाशतिर फर्काएको, एउटा चाहिँ नि पातालतिर फर्काएको मूर्ति पाउनुहुन्छ, जसमा हामीले अनुमान गर्दाखेरि लगभग हाराहारी 7औं 8औं शताब्दीकै 8औं शताब्दीतिरकै हुनुपर्छ भन्ने एउटा अनुमान चाहिँ गर्छौँ। 8औं शताब्दीतिरकै नरसिंहको मूर्ति पनि त्यहाँ राखेको छ। त्यो पनि सेम ब्ल्याक बासल्टको हो, तर त्यहाँ चाहिँ नि पलिसिङ पनि तपाईँको मास कलरको पलिस गरेर देख्नुहुन्छ। त्यहाँबाट यो तीनवटा मूर्ति विशेष उल्लेखनीय छन् भने चौथो अर्को मूर्ति पनि त्यहाँ उल्लेखनीय छ, जसलाई गरुड नारायण भनिन्छ। अब भनाइ के छ भने अब भित्र मूर्ति त हेर्न दिन्नन् है, तर त्यहाँभित्र पनि गरुडमा चढेको नारायणकै मूर्ति हो, गरुड नारायण नै हो। त्यस्तै किसिमको गरुडमा विष्णु चढेको एउटा मूर्ति छ, जो हाम्रो 10 रुपियाँको नोटमा पनि तपाईँले छापेको देख्नुहुन्छ। त्यसमा के देखाइएको छ भने विष्णुले अनि वाहनमा चढेर उडिरहेको अवस्थामा देखाउने यो प्रचलन धेरै पहिलादेखि नै छ। र यिनीहरू यो मूर्ति पनि त्यही पलिसिङको छ। अनि शास्त्रमा जस्तो शरीर बयान गरेको छ त्यस्तै, अनि हात खुट्टाहरू जस्तै अङ्ग मिलेको भन्छौँ क्या हामी। त्यो जति लामो हात हुनुपर्ने हो त्यति लामो हात छ, जति लामो खुट्टा हुनुपर्ने त्यस्तो मान्छेको खुट्टा कत्रो हुन्छ उसले त नाइटोदेखि नै नापेर मूर्तिहरू बनाउने, माथिल्लो भाग तल्लो भाग कति छ त्यो अनुसारको समायोजन गरेका छ। त्यसैले लिच्छवीकालीन मूर्तिहरूमा यो विशेषता चाहिँ नि उत्कृष्ट किसिमको छ।
ट्रेडिसनल जुन हामी परम्परागत रूपमा चाहिँ असाध्यै धनी भनेर जुन भन्छौँ, अमूर्त सम्पदा, अभौतिक सम्पदा, त्यो भौतिक र अभौतिक सम्पदा बिचको चाहिँ जुन एउटा लिभिङ नेचर छ, लिभिङनेस भनेर जुन हामी चाहिँ यो जीवन्त सम्पदा भन्छौँ, त्यो जीवन्त सम्पदा मध्यकालदेखि अहिलेसम्म चाहिँ कन्टिन्यू छ भनेर चाहिँ, र त्यो भएकोले गर्दाखेरि संसारमा यस्तो चिज कहीँ पनि छैन, यहाँ मात्रै छ। त्यसैले यसलाई चाहिँ संसारभरिकै मान्छेको चाहिँ सम्पत्ति हो, सम्पदा हो भनेर हामीले चाहिँ दर्ता गऱ्यौँ। भनेपछि सूचीकरण गऱ्यौँ भनेपछि त्यही रूपमा चाहिँ हामीले बचाइराख्नु चाहिँ सबभन्दा ठुलो चाहिँ दायित्व हो।
चाङ्गु नारायणको मन्दिर चाहिँ मानदेवको पालामा त्यो अभिलेख एकदम स्थापना भइसकेको, योभन्दा धेरै अगाडि स्थापना भइसकेको र लोकप्रिय र अब विशेष महत्त्व भएको मन्दिर भनेर हामी बुझ्छौँ। किनभने राजा आफैले विजय स्तम्भ राख्ने विशेष महत्त्वको साथ चाहिँ राजा मानदेवले त्यो ठाउँमा अभिलेख राख्नु भनेको, त्यो ठाउँमा पहिलेदेखि नै भव्य मन्दिर थियो, त्यहाँ मन्दिर थियो र यो विशेष राजकीय महत्त्वको स्थान थियो, त्यो मन्दिर थियो भनेर बुझिन्छ। त्यो हेर्दा पनि त्यो मन्दिर राजा मानदेवभन्दा धेरै अगाडि बनिसकेको भन्ने बुझिन्छ। वास्तवमा त्यो स्तम्भ अहिलेको ठाउँ चाहिँ ओरिजिनल होइन, यतापट्टि तपाईँले मन्दिरको अगाडि हेऱ्यो भने सानो खण्डित अभिलेख छ, त्यहाँ भएको हुनुपर्छ त्यो अभिलेख। तर विभिन्न अब चट्याङ अथवा विशेष कारणले त्यो थल्यो र त्यो अभिलेख भाँच्यो। तर त्यति भाँचिसकेपछि पनि त्यो ढुङ्गामाको अभिलेख त सुरक्षित भयो, धेरै पार्ट त सुरक्षित छ अहिले। त्यो सुरक्षित भएको कारणले त्यो अभिलेख इटसेल्फ सुरक्षित अहिलेको अवस्थामा छ र मान्छेले अभिलेख त्यहाँको स्थानीय लोकलले पनि त्यो अभिलेखको महत्त्व बुझेकोले त्यसलाई चाहिँ क्षति हुने सम्भावना कम छ। त्यस्ता अभिलेखहरू चाहिँ हामीले यदि सुरक्षा गर्न सक्यौँ भने हाम्रो इतिहास चाहिँ कालान्तरसम्म जोग्न सक्छ। हामीले थाहा पायौँ, हाम्रा पछिका पुस्तालाई पनि त्यो हामी बचाइदिनुपर्छ।
चाङ्गु नारायण चाहिँ नि वान अफ द बेस्ट हाम्रो चाहिँ नेपालको चाहिँ नि आर्ट, आर्किटेक्चर, हिस्ट्रीको लागि इम्पोर्टेन्ट साइट हो र कल्चरको लागि इम्पोर्टेन्ट साइट हो।
During Lichavi period, Changu Narayan was also known as Dola Shikhar, which refers to a mount or hill in the shape of Doli. Gopal Raj Vansavali and the Changu inscription also mention it as Changu, a Newari word that refers to swing like hill. But the evidences show that this particular place was popular as Changu Narayan from the earliest time, and the same name exists in the society till present. This two-storied temple is of basic Nepalese design with possible emphasis given to masterful ornamentation. The temple may have passed through series of restoration. The present structure was probably constructed in the 17th century. Changunarayan is regarded as one of the masterpieces of Nepalese temple architecture. The older elements have been incorporated during the restorations.
Welcome to the studios of NTV World in Kathmandu, public service broadcasting PSB Nepal's new initiative to make Nepal more visible and audible to the global audience. Welcome on board.
This is NTV World. Facts that speak, insights that matter.
Telling the stories of a changing planet. NTV World, Nepal's perspective to the world.
Exploring the heartbeat of Nepali creativity. This is NTV World.
The power of story shaped by technology. NTV World.
Unearthing Nepal's hidden heritage. Discovering the timeless Nepal.
Telling stories that endure across centuries. Where culture breathes, stories bloom.
Where the world moves, we make a sense of it.
NTV World. Taste of Nepal. Every recipe, every flavor tells the story.
Journalism in the digital age. Fast, focused, verified.
Stories hold power. Stories reflecting life. Stories of the hinterlands.
Reporting for Public Service Broadcasting.
Reporting for NTV World.
This is NTV World. Welcome to News Hour.
This is NTV World. Welcome to Primetime News.
One story at a time.
Crossing borders, connecting voices, where Nepal meets the world in dialogue. This is NTV World, Nepal's perspective to the world.
Voices that connect Nepal to the world, bringing perspective, region and relevance to every story. NTV World, Nepal's perspective to the world.
Stand by. Mic is on.
3, 2, 1, cue.
We are NTV World.
Every dawn begins with a promise. Light will return. For the people of Nepal, the sun is not just a star in the sky. It is an eternal witness to labor, to love, to loss, and to life itself. The scriptures call it Aditya, the giver of vitality, the sustainer of truth. Farmers bow to it before planting their seeds. Mothers pray to it for the well-being of their children. To the people of Nepal, the sun is not a distant deity. It is divinity made visible, and that reverence is best manifested in Chhat. The festival where dwellers of the plains gather to thank both the rising and the setting sun.
This Chhat festival is a Hindu Vedic festival which is not only celebrated in India and Nepal these days. It has transcended to all the frontiers. Previously it used to be celebrated in India and Nepal only. But these days, the devotees who belong to Hinduism or from Islamic community, even they are celebrating abroad. Since this festival is the celebration of the nature and it promotes organic way of life, it promotes pollution-free atmosphere and environment. This festival has reached to all the walks of life because it promotes equality. As you could see that the devotees at the same pond, no matter whichever caste or class they belong, they are considered to be equal.
The roots of this festival lie deep in the ancient plains of Mithila, a cultural landscape shared by Nepal and India, where faith, soil, and sunlight have long shaped life itself. From its earliest mention in the Vedas to its celebration today, Chhat has journeyed through centuries and civilizations, changing form, yet never losing its spirit of purity, discipline, and gratitude.
It's a 5-day festival. The first day is called Marua Mas Barnai. Barnai means to refrain from. In that day, the devotees take a pledge to refrain from consuming non-vegetarian food and garlic and onion-made food items. And the second day is called Nahai Khai. In that second day, the devotees first take bath, then offer prayers to the sun god, and then consume pure food. The third day is called Kharna, and in that day, the devotees take fast till evening and break the fast with the prasad of kheer and banana. On the fourth day, we could see the Sandhya Argya, that is evening prayers. All the prasada which is offered to the sun god, each and every prasada is offered to the sun god by standing in the waters. And the same thing is repeated in the fifth day, that is called Usa Argya. Usa means the prayer for the rising sun.
The festival unfolds over 5 days, each with distinct rituals and a shared focus on devotion. Families prepare offerings, maintain sacred spaces, and observe fasts while communities gather along water bodies, including river banks and ponds, to offer prayers to the rising and the setting sun. Women play a central role in organizing the rituals and guiding younger generations, while men and children assist in preparations. The collective participation reinforces family bonds and community cohesion, bridging generations in a shared cultural practice.
The women of our part of the world, they do rigorous fasting for the long life of their husband and children. They are at the central role in this festival. छठमा महिलाले मात्रै पूजा गर्ने होइन, पुरुषलाई पनि छठमा जोसुकैले पनि छठमा पूजा गर्न पाउनुहुन्छ। यहाँ कुनै जेन्डरको बायस छैन। तर हाम्रो वुमेन एम्पावरमेन्टलाई कहाँसम्म यसले रोल प्ले गर्दो रहेछ, सस्टेनेबल डेभलपमेन्ट गोल्समै हेर्ने हो भने जेन्डर इक्वालिटी कुरा गर्छ, वुमेन एम्पावरमेन्टको कुरा गर्छ। देयर इज नो युज अफ संस्कृत मन्त्र, देयर इज नो रोल अफ पण्डित, देयर इज नो एनी होली टेक्स्ट which will prescribe the modality of the Chhat celebration.
The festival emphasizes the cleanliness of rivers, ponds and the banks, which are central to the rituals. These practices reflect an understanding that devotion is inseparable from responsibility towards nature. The festival demonstrates how religious observances can reinforce sustainable interaction with natural resources, promote environmental stewardship, and instill awareness about protecting water, soil, and the surrounding environment.
Once the Chhath festival concludes, we forget the messages which Chhath festival intends to give. Chhath talks about the pollution-free water bodies, the pollution-free sand, the pollution-free soil, and the pollution-free atmosphere. But the thing is that we often forget these messages. And the governments could uphold these messages if they could come up with certain policies while enlisting this Chhath and or promoting this Chhath festival in the UNESCO or in some other policy mechanism. They could draft some policies, or they could draft some provincial laws which could enlist our water bodies as a natural body.
Chhath also supports local economies and traditional practices. Families rely on only locally sourced fruits, vegetables, and bamboo baskets, while vendors sell traditional items for the festival. Home-prepared offerings and locally produced goods strengthen community livelihoods and ensure that cultural indigenous skills and knowledge are preserved. By linking tradition with practical benefits, Chhath sustains both social and economic aspects of the communities and celebrate it.
This festival could be used as a bridge to connect the people from all walks of life, to connect the people from hill and tarai, to connect the people from each and every community member. So this festival could emerge as a festival of social cohesion, and beyond this we could unite our community in a bond of equality and in a bond of community spirit.
From Mithila to Kathmandu and beyond, Chhath bridges regions and generations. Its observance in urban centers and abroad shows how cultural traditions can adapt while maintaining the festival's essence. The rituals connect younger generations with their heritage and ensure the continuity of cultural knowledge. The festival continues to adapt to modern contexts while maintaining its historical roots, ensuring that the traditions and responsibilities it embodies remain relevant for future generations.
The Holy Scriptures also talks about Chhath festival. Lord Sita had performed Chhath festival after Lord Rama came from Vanvasa, and once Ram Rajya was established, Goddess Sita had performed Chhath for the well-being of Ram Rajya, for the well-being of the Ayodhya people. It's in Ramayana Sita had performed Chhath, and in Mahabharata we could see that Kunti and Pandavas, they had also performed Chhath.
Practices become culture, good practices become religion, and Chhath reflects a tradition that transcends boundaries, uniting communities across the Mithila region. In the flatlands, where summer temperatures often exceed 40 degrees Celsius, the sun becomes both sustainer and foe. Yet, despite the intense heat, devotees endure fasting, prepare offerings, and perform rituals with unwavering discipline and reverence. In facing the sun in this way, they demonstrate resilience, faith, and a profound connection to nature, showing that devotion can persist even under the harshest conditions.
Welcome to the studios of NTV World in Kathmandu, public service broadcasting PSB Nepal's new initiative to make Nepal more visible and audible to the global audience. Welcome on board.
This is NTV World, facts that speak, insights that matter.
Telling the stories of a changing planet. NTV World, Nepal's perspective to the world.
Exploring the heartbeat of Nepali creativity. This is NTV World.
The power of story shaped by technology. NTV World.
Unearthing Nepal's hidden heritage. Discovering the timeless Nepal.
Telling stories that endure across centuries. Where culture breathes, stories bloom.
Where the world moves, we make a sense of it.
NTV World. Taste of Nepal. Every recipe, every flavor tells the story.
Journalism in the digital age. Fast, focused, verified.
Stories hold power. Stories reflecting life. Stories of the hinterlands.
Reporting for Public Service Broadcasting.
Reporting for NTV World.
This is NTV World. Welcome to News Hour.
This is NTV World. Welcome to Primetime News.
One story at a time.
Crossing borders, connecting voices, where Nepal meets the world in dialogue. This is NTV World, Nepal's perspective to the world.
Voices that connect Nepal to the world, bringing perspective, region and relevance to every story. NTV World, Nepal's perspective to the world.
Stand by. Mic is on.
3, 2, 1, cue.
We are NTV World.
Among Nepal's many glacial lakes, some are at serious risk of bursting. Sudden bursts of these lakes due to the impact of climate change could result in massive loss of lives and property. This issue has already been discussed widely in the international community. Nepal itself has been drawing attention to the condition of these lakes and the harm they could cause. Even then, in the recent years, several glacial lakes of Nepal have already burst, resulting in heavy loss of life and property. Experts warn that this trend could continue to grow and have urged everyone to take preventive action. Just a week ago, in Koike rural municipality of Dolba district of the far western Nepal, flood mixed with derbs buried about 53 houses. Likewise, in mid-April 2025, heavy rainfall and flooding in Srinagar Bazar of Odanchuli municipality in Humla in the northwestern Nepal has caused massive destruction. Continuous rain has also damaged areas in Srinagar and nearby villages in Mugu's Khatiar rural municipality. Last year, it was confirmed that the flood in Thame River of Solukhumbu in the Khumbu region of the foothills of Mount Everest was caused by glacial lake outbursts. Similarly, the unexpected flood in Rasua along Nepal-China border in the north on July 8, 2025, according to experts, was the result of glacial lake outbursts. Recently, ICIMOD used satellite images and other research to identify 47 glacial lakes that could burst at any time, causing harm to human settlement in Nepal. The study shows that many of these high-risk lakes are located within Koshi River Basin. ICIMOD's General Director, Dr. Pema Gyamso, says that the climate change and rising temperature are the main reasons behind the bursting of these lakes. Gyamso adds that to stop such disasters, there must be strong investment in the early warning systems and emergency preparation.
Collaboration चाहिए, cooperation transboundary. अब हाम्रो 8 वटा देश छ इन्दो-कोशी हिमालयमा, त्यसमा हामीले information exchange गर्ने scientific cooperation. अब त्यसको लागि पनि investment चाहियो, funding चाहियो. त्यसको पनि problem छ. And हामीले अहिले इसिमो चाहिँ यो politically neutral भएर हामीले चाहिँ के गर्दैछौँ भने साइन्टिस्टहरु र हाम्रो पोलिसी मेकर्सहरु डिस्कस चाहिँ हुँदैछ, तर हामीले अलिक यो भन्दा बेसी कोअपरेसन चाहिँ हुँदैछ, खास चाहिँ कोअर्डिनेसन कोअपरेसन हो. हामीले यो रिसोर्सेस र यो नपुगेर पनि कोअपरेसन छ भने अहिले भन्दा बेसी हामीले त्यो प्रिभेन्सन गर्न सक्छौँ डिसास्टर.
Out of the 47 risky glacial lakes, 25 are located in China, 21 are inside Nepal, and 1 lies on the Indian side. Even if the lakes in China and India burst, the damage would still reach Nepal's settlement downstream. Records show that glacial lake outbursts have been causing destruction in Nepal for decades. In the past 24 years alone, 26 glacial lake outbursts have been recorded. Among them, 14 occurred inside Nepal itself. Research shows
NTV World starts transmission as Nepal's first English channel. President Borrell switches on the broadcast of PSP Nepal's new venture. PSP Nepal marks its first anniversary, reinforces the commitment to serve the public with enhanced digital approach. Nepal's capital Kathmandu imposes strict ban on burning plastic, aims to curb the popular practice of disposing waste openly. Youths in Kathmandu staged protest over EPS promises, angry over long delays in placement after passing the exams. A storm bearing down on the Philippines upgraded to super typhoon status. Typhoon Fung Wong creates life-threatening conditions. And Nepal exits from the Hong Kong Sixes with 43-run defeat to UAE. Vishwakar sets of national colours. NTV World News Hour coming to you live from Kathmandu at 2200 hours NST. Across the globe, it's 16:15 GMT in London, 12:15 in New York, and 1:15 in Tokyo. As Nepal steps into a new era of public service broadcasting, the eyes of the nation and the world are on this historic moment. Our journey begins today with a special moment. The channel was inaugurated by Nepal's President Ramchandra Paudel. Established as the English Language International Wing of PSBN television meant for the global audience, NTV World aims to bring Nepal's voice, culture and perspective to the global audiences, connecting the nation with the world through news, stories and ideas. The contents are widely accessible on digital platforms worldwide. Officials say channel seeks to ensure accurate information reaches international viewers and strengthen the country's visibility abroad. Equipped with modern technology, NTV World is expected to connect with audiences worldwide and present Nepal's voice on the global stage. Details on this coming up later in the bulletin in our issue of the day segment. Nepal's public service broadcaster PSB Nepal has completed its year of operation. Formed by merging Radio Nepal and Nepal Television, PSB Nepal was established last year as the nation's first unified public service broadcaster. Despite legal ambiguities and financial challenges, officials say organization has made significant progress in producing news and programs centered on public interest. Over the past year, PSB Nepal has prioritized 3 broadcast platforms: radio, television and digital, and 3 key themes: national unity, prosperity and citizen safety during crises. Analysts say the broadcaster has amplified the voices of marginalized communities, promoted inclusion and highlighted issues of governance and accountability. More on this on our cover story coming up later in the bulletin. Authorities in Nepal's capital, Kathmandu, have banned the open burning of waste and plastic materials in an effort to combat rising air pollution as winter approaches. The Kathmandu metropolitan city says the measure is intended to reduce the severe environmental and health impacts caused by burning trash in open spaces, a common practice that worsens air quality during colder months. Environment Department Chief Sarita Rai warned that offenders will face fines of 10,000 rupees per violation. The municipality has also launched initiatives to curb smoke emissions and promote cleaner waste management. Officials say the ban will be enforced under existing environmental and fiscal laws, part of broader efforts to protect public health and the environment in one of South Asia's most polluted urban centers. As Nepal prepares for the upcoming elections, frustration is growing among young job seekers left waiting for employment abroad. Dozens of Nepali youths protested outside the EPS Korea office in Balkumari today, demanding action over long delays in their deployment to South Korea under the Employment Permit System EPS. They say they passed the required Korean language test nearly 2 years ago, but are still unable to travel. Officials blame the delay on South Korea's decision to place many applicants, particularly in agriculture and shipbuilding, on an alternative list. Talks are underway, with authorities expressing hope for a resolution soon. Since 2008, more than 120,000 Nepalis have worked in South Korea under the EPS program. In the international front, more than 900,000 people have been evacuated across the Philippines as Super Typhoon Fungwong, known locally as U1, nears landfall on Sunday evening. The storm, with winds up to 185 kilometers and gusts of up to 230 kilometers per hour, struck the Bicol region early Sunday and is expected to hit Luzon later tonight. Authorities have cancelled 300 flights and suspended classes, while forecasters warn of heavy rain, flooding and landslides, especially in the Catanduanes and Metro Manila. Fungwong comes just days after Tropical Storm Kalmagi, which left nearly 200 people dead. The typhoon is expected to weaken slightly after landfall, but remain powerful as it moves across Luzon. Nepal's campaign at the Hong Kong Sixes cricket tournament has ended after a 43-run defeat to the United Arab Emirates in their final group stage match. Batting first, the UAE set a challenging total of 129 for 5 in just 6 overs, with Nepal falling short in the chase and finishing 11th among 12 teams, ahead of India, their only victory of the tournament. The match also marked the final international appearance of veteran cricketer Sharad Vaishwakar, who announced his retirement after a 2-decade-long career. Vaishwakar played a pivotal role in Nepal's rise on the global stage, from the 2014 T20 World Cup to achieving ODI status in 2018. Coming up after the break, a new chapter for Nepal's media landscape as NTV World goes global and the Public Service Broadcasting Nepal marks its formal inauguration. What does this mean for the country's voice on the international stage? Stay with us. Welcome back. After this short break, we turn to the issue of the day now, a need that was long been felt but no one dared. And our vision of the Public Service Broadcasting PSB Nepal to present Nepal's perspective to the world. Here we come with NTV World.
With the mission to make Nepal more audible and visible, Public Service Broadcasting PSB Nepal launches NTV World with the slogan, Nepal's Perspective to the World. As the world battles to identify right and verified information, catering authenticity and Nepal's very own perspective is the way forward for NTV World. Inaugurating the English channel of the PSB Nepal, President Ramchandra Paudel wished for the success of the new venture.
आज नेपाल टेलिभिजनको नयाँ च्यानल एनटीवी वर्ल्ड पनि शुभारम्भ भएको छ। नेपालको संस्कृति वेशभूषा, भौगोलिक विविधता, प्राकृतिक सौन्दर्य, पर्यटन, धार्मिक तथा सांस्कृतिक धरोहरहरू र नवीन सोच तथा उपलब्धिहरूलाई विश्वसम्म चिनाउन यस च्यानलले महत्त्वपूर्ण भूमिका खेल्नेछ भन्ने विश्वास व्यक्त गर्दै यसको सफलताको लागि हार्दिक शुभकामना प्रकट गर्दछु।
In the ceremony held at NTV premises, among the guests were renowned personalities, including media representatives. A media person himself, Minister for Communication and Information Technology, Jagdish Kharil, suggested NTV World to generate digital-oriented contents that could be easily accessible.
यो चुनौतीका बीचमा हामीले जुन कार्यको प्रारम्भ गरेका छौं, डेफिनेटली यसले नेपाल र नेपाली मात्रै नभएर हाम्रो डायस्पोरा र बाँकी विश्वलाई नेपालको आँखाबाट हेर्नको लागि यो एनटीभी वर्ल्डले महत्त्वपूर्ण भूमिका निर्वाह गर्छ भन्ने लागेको छ।
Executive Chairperson of PSB Nepal, Dr. Mahendra Bista, during whose first term the idea of NTV World was floated first, said NTV World aims to promote Nepal to the global audience.
सार्वजनिक सेवा प्रसारण नेपालको अंग्रेजी च्यानल एनटीभी वर्ल्ड को प्रसारण प्रारम्भ हुँदैछ। एनटीभी वर्ल्ड को शुभारम्भ नेपाल टेलिभिजनले विगत 6 वर्षदेखि गरिरहेको पहलको परिणाम हो। हामीलाई लाग्छ यो सार्वजनिक सेवा प्रसारण नेपाल र नेपाली मिडिया जगतको मात्र होइन, हिसिङ्गो मुलुकको लागि नयाँ अध्याय हो।
The occasion coincided with the first anniversary celebrations of PSB Nepal, with the merger of two pioneer broadcasting institutions of the country, Radio Nepal and Nepal Television. President Podal also launched the logo of PSB Nepal and the integrated mobile application of the broadcaster. Initially catering news and programs for 4 hours a day from 19 hours, the channel comes on air on the same frequency of NTV+. With digital-first approach, NTV World will be available across multiple platforms, including the online portal www.nepaltelevision.com, Facebook, YouTube, TikTok and X. Providing accurate and authentic information to the global audience with people-first approach, NTV World is Nepal's perspective to the world.
From its humble beginnings decades ago, Nepal's national broadcaster, Nepal Television, has chronicled the nation's journey and its people. Today, that legacy evolves as the broadcaster steps onto the global stage with the launch of NTV World, the dedicated English channel. Let's have a look at the timeline of the pioneer broadcaster's evolution.
Officially inaugurated on January 17, 1985, Nepal Television (NTV) marked the beginning of television broadcasting in Nepal with the motto "Communication for Development." In the 1990s, it transitioned from black and white to color broadcasting, marking a major technical leap, whereas the democratic changes of 1990 also opened the way for more diverse content reflecting the nation's wishes and cultures. NTV since has expanded its outreach to the public while diversifying its content focused on a range of issues. As of today, Nepal Television operates 6 channels broadcasting across the country and worldwide through satellite and online platforms. Nepal Television continued to see its leap as a true public broadcaster as it was transformed into Public Service Broadcasting PSB Nepal, which was formed by merging Radio Nepal and Nepal Television. According to the Public Service Broadcasting Act, which was enforced on 8 November 2024, Radio Nepal and NTV were integrated into PSBN to strengthen the country's public communication system. Based on the recommendations of various expert panels and Media Commission, the Public Service Broadcasting Act 2081 was passed by the Federal Parliament and authenticated by the President. Within just a year, Public Service Broadcasting Nepal has achieved another milestone by launching NTV World, a dedicated English language channel. The channel aims to showcase Nepal's unique identity, culture, and potential to the global audience, helping strengthen the country's international presence. It also aims to promote Nepal's tourism, heritage, and development stories to the international viewers, including the Nepali diaspora and foreign audiences interested in Nepal. NTV World primarily serves as a bridge between Nepal and the global community while presenting Nepal's perspective to the world.
As NTV World officially launches, our colleagues Aprila Ghising and Shiva Upreti spoke with the members in the audience, especially representing those from the stakeholder community present at the inaugural ceremony about the new channel. A majority welcomed the step, noting that while the initiative was long overdue, it is a positive move towards bringing Nepal's voice to the global stage.
So since this is the first time like Nepal Television is launching its international channel, I believe it's a matter of proud we feel proud of it, and I think it should have launched much earlier.
यसको एउटा अब्जेक्टिभ उद्देश्य छ त्यो उद्देश्यले गर्दाखेरि चाहिँ त्यो वर्ल्ड वाइड अथवा सबै कुराहरू नयाँ तरिकाले जाने अपडेट हुने अब एन्सियन्ट तरिकाले एउटा नेपाल चलिरहेको थियो 2007 सालदेखि नेपाल टेलिभिजन 2042 सालदेखि चलिरहेको थियो अब पीएसपी को आफ्नै नीति नियम कार्यक्रमहरूले गर्दाखेरि चाहिँ त्यो जनमुखी हुन्छ भन्ने म आफूले विश्वास लिएको छु
आज फेरि हाम्रो सार्वजनिक सेवा प्रसारणको यो प्रथम वार्षिक उत्सव पनि हो र एनटीभी वर्ल्डको यो शुभारम्भ हैन समारोह पनि हो यसमा चाहिँ मलाई एकदमै धेरै खुसी लागिरहेको छ इन्टरनेशनली अब हाम्रो एनटीभी वर्ल्ड चाहिँ जताततै हुने भयो हैन
यो विदेशमा बसेका जसले विदेशीहरू जो नेपालको बारेमा जानकारी राख्दैनन् जानकारी हुँदाखेरि उनीहरू नेपाल आएर आफूले चाहिँ मनोरञ्जन गर्ने आफ्नो लिजरको टाइममा चाहिँ यहाँ आएर रमाउने जुन सम्भावनाहरू नेपालमा छ हामी देख्छौँ हामीले त्यसलाई एक्सप्लोर गर्न नसकेका कारणले चाहिँ हामी पछाडि परिराखेका छौँ हामी हाम्रो जुन इकोनोमी बुस्ट गर्नको लागि समृद्धि तपाईहरुको नारा छ समृद्धिका लागि चाहिँ यसलाई कसरी एक्सप्लोर गर्ने भन्ने विषय चाहिँ यसको मूल थीम हुनुपर्छ जस्तो मलाई लाग्छ
दुईटा चाहिँ महत्त्वपूर्ण छ एउटा कुरा चाहिँ नेपाललाई विदेशमा चिनाउने बाहिर चिनाउने हैन बाहिरको मान्छेहरु सामु चिनाउने त्यो चाहिँ को भन्दाखेरि विदेशी सामु चिनाउने अर्को कुरा चाहिँ के छ भन्नु छ विदेशमा बस्ने नेपालीले नेपाललाई के गर्न सक्छ त विदेशमा बस्ने नेपालीहरुको लागि कति धेरै सन्देशहरु हुन सक्छ हैन जस्तो उदाहरणको लागि इलेक्सनको कुरा गरौँ इलेक्सन हुने भनेछ हैन अब इलेक्सनमा के छ त भन्दाखेरि विदेशमा बस्ने नेपालीले भोट हाल्न पाउने राइटको कुराहरु अध्यादेश आउँदैछ भनेपछि त उहाँहरुलाई पनि त हाम्रो यहाँको कुराहरु यता एक्सचेन्ज हुने हैन विदेशमा बस्ने नेपालीलाई एउटा भयो भने अर्को चाहिँ नि विदेशीको लागि
आज जुन अंग्रेजीमा जुन च्यानल स्थापना भएको छ यसले नेपालको सही सूचना अब विश्वभरि सम्प्रेषण गर्ने हामीले चाहिँ अपेक्षा गरेका छौं र यसको साथसाथै अहिले विश्वमा करिब 195 देशमा नेपालीहरुको पहुँच पुगिसकेको अवस्था छ नेपालीहरु विश्वका जुन कुरामा बस्छन् ती ठाउँमा अब नेपालको बारेमा नेपालको सही सूचना जुन नेपालीहरुले जुन प्रतीक्षा गरिरहेको सूचना उनीहरुले यो माध्यमको बाट पाउन सक्नेछन् भने यसको साथसाथै यहाँको संस्कृति यहाँको कला यसको पनि प्रचार प्रसार हुन जानेछ
यसको आवश्यकता धेरै अगाडिदेखि नै थियो कतिपय वर्ल्डका विभिन्न इस्युहरु हुन्छ त्यसको एनालिसिस कहाँबाट अथेन्टिक रूपमा मान्छेले हेर्ने त भन्ने कुरा खड्किरहेकै थियो हैन एउटा कुनै प्रोग्राम विशेष रूपमा थियो तर च्यानलकै रूपमा यो जसरी आयो यसले चाहिँ नि नेपालको कन्टेन्टहरु सबै विश्वव्यापी बनाउने देखि लिएर बाहिरको विषयहरुमा पनि आम पाठक श्रोता दर्शकहरुलाई चाहिँ नि यहाँबाट हेर्नको लागि एनालिसिस गर्नको लागि धेरै ठूलो मद्दत पुग्छ
extremely excited I must say that it's such a historical step we have taken today I felt tears in my eyes you know I got so emotional sitting there and looking at the screen
it may help to the mass to the world not only the tourism to spread out our lifestyle or what we are because there are a lot of misconceptions given by people about Nepal. So that is the biggest thing because we must reach to the target with the local people of the world.
मलाई एकदमै विश्वास छ यो एनटीभी वर्ल्ड नेपालले संसारभरि छरिरहेका
नेपालीहरूका साथसाथै विदेशी मुलुकमा पनि हाम्रो आफ्नो नेपालको बारेमा र नेपालको पर्सपेक्टिभको बारेमा चाहिँ राम्रोसँग सामग्रीहरू सम्प्रेषण गर्न सक्नेछ र जसले गर्दाखेरि देशलाई चिनाउन महत्त्वपूर्ण भूमिका निर्वाह गर्नेछ भन्ने कुरामा म एकदम विश्वस्त छु।
आज विशेष दिनको रूपमा लिएको छु। सार्वजनिक सेवा प्रसारण नेपालको शुभारम्भ र एनटिभी वर्ल्डको शुभारम्भ भएको दिन मैले यसमा धेरै आफू गौरवान्वित भएको महसुस गरेको छु।
Well, coming up after the break, Nepal is seeing a surge in tourist arrivals, more than mountain and monasteries. From culture to cuisine, from adventure to wellness, Nepal is becoming a destination for all seasons. Our cover story right after this. Welcome back to the news. Nepal's tourism industry is bouncing back this autumn, with foreign arrivals surging across popular destinations. Hotels in Pokhara, Mustang and the Annapurna region report high occupancy, matching pre-crisis trends. Officials credit travel operators and long national holidays for boosting both international and domestic tourism. Yet, industry leaders call for government support to recover hotels and infrastructure lost during recent disruptions. Virat Anupam takes a closer look.
Entrepreneurs are excited on the increased volume of foreign tourists in the autumn season of Nepal, one of the major tourist seasons in the Himalayan country. Chain hotel operators are happy to have better occupancy in the hotel. Even after the Gen Z movement, the autumn arrival is in the same track like previous years.
So currently this October, after this Gen Z protest, we didn't had any kind of a cancellation for this October. We last in the September month, we had some of the cancellations about more than 200 room nights. But after this Gen Z protest, the October, the festive season was also further nearer than last year. So this time of the year, it's good.
Major tourist destinations are witnessing increased occupancy. Reports by National News Agency of Nepal say Pokhara has more than 90% occupancy, Mustang is welcoming more than 7,000 tourists per day, and Annapurna trekking saw 30,000 trekkers in the last month. Nepal Tourism Board, the tourism promoting agency of Nepal, says the international arrival and domestic occupancy both are in the good trends. International arrival is being increased thanks to the travel operators, and domestic occupancy is a result of Nepal's longest holiday of 3 autumn festivals of Dasai, Tihar and Chhat.
It's the same, I must say that it's the same number of tourists what we are getting in last year 2024. So almost it's the same, and in an average in a day, every day we are having around 4,000 tourists, international tourists. In a lump sum, I think 1 lakh plus tourists we are having in October. Same I will expect it in November and December. So in totality, I must say that it will be around 12 lakh.
Despite this optimistic picture, during Gen Z movement in September, Nepal lost more than 30 tourist standard and star hotels from East Nepal Zapa to Far West Nepal's Mahendranagar district. To overcome this tourism tragedy, tourism entrepreneurs are waiting specific support by the government. With camera person Samir Thapa, Virat Anupam, reporting for Public Service Broadcasting, Nepal Television, Kathmandu.
As Nepal marks its tourism decade, the message is clear. The country's beauty, heritage and adventure go far beyond the mountains. Nepal is ready to welcome the world every day of the year.
Nepal enjoys 2 major tourist seasons, spring and autumn, of which the second one is in bloom at present. The 3-month-long seasons as per Gregorian calendar sadly lasts for 2 months only in Nepali lunar calendar. Another major tourism season is spring, when climbers from around the world gather for mountaineering, mainly in the Everest region. Make no mistake, Nepal is not just for spring and autumn. Nepal has a lot to offer even in the winter as well as summer.
In winter season, we have been focusing different activities since 5 years. Generally, we do say ski is a major tourism activities in winter, and there is snowboarding. It's on the activities, and we can say nowadays ice skating and ice climbing.
World knows Nepal as a Himalayan country. However, Nepal also has climatic zone from alpine region of the Himalayas to the tropical plains in the Tarai. This is what makes Nepal an all-weather tourism destination.
Nepal is widely popular for autumn and spring season for foreigners, but we claim that Nepal is for all seasons. As Nepal Tourism Organization, as we claim that we are a national tourism organization promoting Nepal as a prime tourism destination, premier tourism destination in the world.
Home to 10 UNESCO listed World Heritage Sites that define Nepal's tourism brand in nature, culture and adventure. Nepal's World Heritage Site include Global Height of Mount Everest and Divine Light of Lord Buddha's birthplace, Lumbini. Nepal has thousands of trekking guides, hundreds of tour and river guides. Women are an integral part of Nepal's trekking and mountaineering community, which makes the country one of the safest places in South Asia, both for independent and group travel.
Nepal, I think, is really safe for women traveler, and as I am a woman myself, and I have been making packages for women from around the world, and we also get queries from women who want to travel as a solo traveler, and they ask me like how can they feel safe here and everything, and I tell them that maybe you can come with like a package trip. So we will have like someone waiting for you at the airport, and you will have all the services here with someone accompanying you all the time, and at the end after the trip we drop you to the airport, so it's like completely safe.
Nepal is celebrating tourism decade, and welcoming tourists 365 days a year is both a priority of the policy and the practice of the industry.
Right now I'm here at Basantapur Darbari Square, the UNESCO listed World Heritage Site in Kathmandu. You can find tourists in this venue all the day, all the week in the year. This means Nepal is not only for autumn, Nepal is not only for this spring, Nepal is the tourism destination for all the years, all the weeks. With camera person Samir Thapa, Virat Anupam reporting for Public Service Broadcasting, Nepal Television, Kathmandu.
The traditional craft of building indigenous settlements is on the decline as modern structures and building technologies are replacing them. The traditionally crafted Limbu settlement in Bastar of eastern Nepal is at the verge of disappearance. Addressing cultural crisis in the region, 3 tiers of the government's efforts are being made in order to create indigenous or Raithani parks to promote tourism and conserve the cultural essence. Rojina Rai looks closer.
In the misty hills of eastern Nepal, the sounds of wooden hammers and the scent of freshly cut timber are returning to a landscape where silence had settled for decades. Traditional Limbu houses, once they had a village life, are rising again. Not as a family dwellings this time, but as living museums of a culture on the brink of disappearance. For years, the old-style home construction built with mud, stone and timber had been abandoned. But now, a joint initiative by Nepal's federal, provincial and local governments aim to bring them back through a new cultural tourism project known as the Raithani Park, meaning Indigenous Heritage Park. Located at the confluence of Ward 3 and 4 of Kumayak municipality, the Sambafe Cholung Raithani Park stretches across nearly 15 ropenis, about 0.76 hectares of terraced hills. Funded by the Ministry of Culture, Tourism and Civil Aviation, the Province 1 government and the municipality, The park has received more than 20 million Nepali rupees, around $150,000 in investment. Inside, visitors can walk through replicas of traditional limbu homes, stroll along with stone-paved paths, rest in community-built waiting shelters, or climb a view tower overlooking the lost hills of Stone Nepal. Locals have begun earning from tourism, guiding visitors, selling homemade food, and hosting cultural performances that were nearly forgotten. For many, the project is not nostalgia, but it is survival. Local officials say the project represents a new model of heritage-based rural development, blending cultural preservation with economic empowerment. Across Nepal, modern cement houses have replaced wooden homes, erasing centuries of craftsmanship and local identity. Meanwhile, cultural experts warn that traditional knowledge from building techniques to social rituals risk being lost entirely as rural populations shrink and migration rises.
When we come back, we take you around the world with the latest global headliners, from political upheavals to climate crises. For now, a quick recap of the top stories of the day. NTV World starts transmission as Nepal's first English channel. President Paul switches on the broadcast of PSP Nepal's new venture. PSP Nepal marks its first anniversary, reinforces the commitment to serve the public with enhanced digital approach. Nepal's capital Kathmandu imposes strict ban on burning plastic, aims to curb the popular practice of disposing waste openly. Youths in Kathmandu staged protest over EPS promises, angry over long delays in placement after passing exams. A storm bearing down on the Philippines upgraded to super typhoon status. Typhoon Fung creates life-threatening conditions. And Nepal exits from the Hong Kong Sixes with 43-run defeat to UAE. Sharad Veshwakar sets of national colour. In today's international news package, escalating tensions in Gaza and China's groundbreaking strides in coal energy, including the construction of the world's first ultra-supercritical coal-fired power plant. Let us take you around the globe.
The truce between Israel and Palestinian groups remains largely intact despite sporadic violations. Yet peace talks have stalled, and Gaza's reconstruction looms as a colossal challenge. The territory lies in ruins after months of war. Rebuilding could take decades and cost billions. Still, some Palestinians are already envisioning what a rebuilt Gaza could look like, determined to restore their homes and communities, even amid uncertainty over lasting peace.
At this rate, I think it will take 10 years. We'll be dead. We'll die without seeing reconstruction.
Local sources say Israeli troops carried out demolitions east of Gaza city's Sejaira neighborhood overnight, while artillery struck areas in Beit Lahia to the north. Both lie inside zones under Israeli military control since the truce began, covering more than half of Gaza's territory. The Israeli army has not commented on the latest strikes, but the incidents highlight ongoing tensions despite the ceasefire, raising fears the fragile calm could unravel at any time. Members of Iraq's security forces and displaced citizens cast ballots on Sunday, part of early voting ahead of the November 11 election. More than 21 million Iraqis are eligible to vote, with over 7,700 candidates vying for 329 seats. Analysts expect low turnout amid frustration over corruption and entrenched leadership. Shiite parties remain dominant, with Prime Minister Mohammad Shia al-Sudani seeking another term. The results will shape Iraq's next governing coalition and its fragile post-war democracy. In China's eastern Zhejiang province, work is underway on the world's first ultra-supercritical coal-fired unit operating at 650 degrees Celsius. The new facility at the Yuhuan power plant will set global records for efficiency using high-temperature alloys developed domestically by Huaneng Group. Officials say the project marks a milestone in clean coal technology, part of China's push to cut emissions while still meeting its massive energy demand. Beijing aims to peak carbon output before 2030 and reach neutrality by 2060.
And before we turn to the markets, let's take a short break. We now turn to the markets and economy and the stories related to it, showing movement as investors react to global and domestic developments.
The meeting between the EPS Korea branch and the agitated youths who passed the EPS exam was held today in Balkumari. The agitated youths have been staging protests in the EPS branch office since Thursday, saying that they are unable to go to Korea despite passing the Korean language test under the Employment Permit System (EPS). According to the EPS branch office's information officer Raj Kishore Shaha, talks have already started with the protesting youths, and he expressed confidence that the issue will be resolved soon. Shaha also informed that exams for the year 2025 will be conducted shortly. For 2025, South Korea has allocated 3,500 quotas for the manufacturing sector and 1,800 for the agriculture and livestock sector. Likewise, a total of 102,015 youths have applied for the quotas. Following the heated situations between two parties, youths meanwhile stated that they were compelled to protest as they are still not able to go to Korea despite passing the language test 2 years ago. However, the EPS branch clarified that these applicants have been placed in the alternative list by the Korean government and that the issue does not stem from Nepal's side. According to the branch, most of those who passed the language test for agriculture and shipbuilding have been placed as alternative. South Korea has been hiring workers from Nepal through the EPS system since 2008. So far, a total of 120,500 Nepali youths have gone to Korea under this program. The Kumar community, recognized as one of Nepal's marginalized groups, continues to face deep-rooted challenges such as poverty, lack of education, unemployment, and social as well as institutional discrimination. Spread across several districts of the country, including Palpa, Nawalparasi, Tanahu, and Chitwan, the Kumars are known for their traditional pottery skills. Many families still rely on traditional pottery and subsistence farming to make a living, while younger generations struggle to access quality education and employment opportunities. However, their livelihood has been severely affected with the decline in demand for handmade clay products and limited access to modern opportunities. Local leaders and activists say that without targeted programs and sustained government attention, the Kumar community will remain in a trap of poverty and exclusion. China suspended an export ban to the United States that had targeted gallium, germanium, and antimony, metals crucial for modern technology, including semiconductors, Beijing's Commerce Ministry announced on Sunday. The restrictions ban the export of so-called dual-use goods, materials that can have both civilian and military applications. Imposed in December 2024, the ban will now be suspended until November 27, 2026, Beijing's Commerce Ministry said in a statement. The announcement comes after leaders Xi Jinping and Donald Trump met on October 30 in South Korea and agreed to walk back on some punitive measures imposed during the tit-for-tat tariff escalation. At one point, duties on both sides had reached prohibitive triple-digit levels, hampering trade between the world's two largest economies and snarling global supply chains. Throughout the trade war, China has sought to leverage its chokehold over the critical minerals underpinning everything from smartphones to advanced military technology.
Let us now switch to the sporting score sheets and records of the day. Lionel Messi scored twice and assisted two more as Inter Miami cruised past Nashville's SC 4-0 on Saturday, advancing to the MLS Cup playoff semi-finals for the first time in club history. Messi was involved in all 8 of Miami's goals in the best-of-3 series, finishing with 5 goals and 3 assists. The Argentine now has 15 goals against Nashville, his most against any MLS team. Tadeo Allende added 2 goals and an assist in the second half as Miami won comfortably without Luis Suarez, who was suspended. Miami will next face FC Cincinnati in the Eastern Conference semi-final in 2 weeks. Novak Djokovic has withdrawn from the ATP finals for the second consecutive year, citing a shoulder injury sustained during his title run at the Hellenic Championship in Athens. The world number 1 made the announcement just hours after defeating Lorenzo Musetti in a grueling 3-hour final on Saturday, claiming his 101st career title with a 4-6, 6-3, 7-5 victory. Djokovic said the injury had troubled him throughout the tournament and would prevent him from competing in the season-ending event for the world's top 8 players, which begins Sunday in Turin of Italy. His withdrawal opens the door for Musetti to enter the draw, despite his loss in the Athens final, a spot that had initially been secured by Felix Auger-Aliassime. The 24 times Grand Slam champion and 7-time ATP Finals winner also missed last year's tournament due to injury. Let's have a look at the highs and lows, first from across the country and then from around the world. A quick recap of the headlines before we end. NTV World starts transmission as Nepal's first English channel. President Paul switches on the broadcast of PSP Nepal's new venture. PSP Nepal marks its first anniversary, reinforces the commitment to serve the public with enhanced digital approach. Nepal's capital Kathmandu imposes strict ban on burning plastic, aims to curb the popular practice of disposing waste openly. Youths in Kathmandu staged protest over EPS promises, angry over long delays in placement after passing the exams. A storm bearing down on the Philippines upgraded to super typhoon status. Typhoon Fungwang creates life-threatening conditions. Nepal exits from the Hong Kong Sixes with 43-run defeat to the UAE. Veshwakar sheds off national colours. Well, and that's it from the NTV World News Hour. Do visit us at nepaltelevision.com and subscribe NTV World on YouTube. Thank you for joining us tonight. I'm Shivani Thapa Bosnet signing off. Goodbye and namaste.
सार्वजनिक सेवा प्रसारण
NTV Plus.
बल्ला जब दुई